माँ श्री अरविंद को प्रणाम। We invoke the presence of the Divine Mother in our lives. ये माइक काम कर रहा है? आप सबको सुनाई दे? So we will start the session by realizing two basic truths. The first truth is that there is so the first truth is that there is the presence of the Divine within us and around us. वो एक सच्चाई है, वो एक सत्य है कि भगवान श्री माँ हमारे अंदर स्थित है और उनकी प्रेजेंस हर जगह है। तो इस सत्य को कुछ क्षणों के लिए we need to understand and experience that there is a divine consciousness, the supreme consciousness, the supramental consciousness here within us and around us. There is no doubt on that. That is the truth. So if that is a truth, that means our only job, our only work is to open ourselves to that, to her. That becomes our primary responsibility in our life. Our one and only goal, one and only path, nothing else. And as Aurobindo guides us, that all life is yoga. There is nothing which is not yoga. उसका अर्थ क्या हुआ? कि everything we do, हम हर चीज़ जो हम सोचते हैं, अनुभव करते हैं, कार्य करते हैं, कर्म करते हैं, वो सभी हमें उस चेतना में करने हैं, उस योगिक चेतना में करने हैं. Aurobindo has बहुत साफ से उन्होंने हमें बताया है कि इस योग में, सुप्रामेंटल योग में, the only thing we have to do is to open ourselves to the force, to the light, to the love of the Divine Mother. She will do everything inside you. She will transform. Her light, her power will transform our very consciousness. But for that to happen, we have to open ourselves, we have to give ourselves. In each and every aspect of our life and every level of our being, so that nothing remains unconscious. Everything is offered to her. This alone is the secret not only of our yoga, but also of integral healing, where we change, transform the very consciousness of our mind, of our vital, of our physical consciousness. Sharvind has given us the path, which if we connect with him is the most beautiful, the sunlit path. Sharvind always says, live within. Do not be shaken or worried about what is happening in the outside. हमारे अंदर there is a whole world. There's a whole new world inside us. Make that world perfect. Sharvind has whatever Ma Sharvind they have told us, that is based on their own living experience of their own realizations. When Sri Aurobindo talks about the different planes and paths of the being, he is not talking like a philosopher. He is telling you that is a reality, that is what he has observed, that is what he has experienced. That there are so many layers of the vital, there are so many layers of the mind, that there is a subconscious, there is a subliminal. These are his practical experiences which he has shared with us. The higher ranges of consciousness, because he has experienced that, he talks about it with so much clarity. So it is not just a knowledge what Mother and Sri Aurobindo have given us. They have given us the path, the goal. They have made a new pathway for the humanity, which has made us possible to experience these things. God was born as a human so that humans can become like God. As Mother says, Do not take my words to be mere teachings. They are a force in action. So through Mother's words, Sri Aurobindo words, we are connecting to that realization. We are connecting to that experience. Their words, their Mother's prayers and meditations, the Sri Aurobindo's Savitri, they are like mantras. They take us to that state of consciousness. They transport us to that state of consciousness. They open our inner doors. So they do the work of a guru, even through these words. So any work on healing our body, any work on yoga is a collaboration in their divine work. Because what we are trying to do is, we are bringing consciousness, we are bringing light where there is darkness, consciousness where there is unconsciousness. The divinity in the cells which is there, we are awakening it. That is the true purpose of healing. That is the true purpose of yoga. To awaken the consciousness. At every level. For then alone you are ready for the supramental ascent. Then alone your being is ready to bear the descent of the higher consciousness. So the work is very simple. जो हमारा काम है, हमारा योग है, जो हीलिंग है, वो सब एक ही चीज़ है. They are not different things. It's all one integral work. To infuse consciousness in our being, in our physical body, in our mind, in our vital. That is the work. That is yoga. That is integral yoga. That is healing. हम कहाँ बैठे हैं? हम धरती पे बैठे हैं. धरती क्या है? एक भगवान का स्वरूप है. धरती माँ का स्वरूप है. तो धरती माँ तो है ना. She is a living, she has her existence, the Divine Mother. So when we sit on the earth, when we sit like this, we actually connecting with her presence. So let us sit perfectly. आराम से बैठ जाइए. Relax your thighs, your knees, your feet. And touch the earth, the Mother Earth with your hands. And try to feel her presence from the earth. Feel the divinity of the Mother Earth. धरती माँ को छूइए बहुत प्यार से, बहुत श्रद्धा के साथ. The earth has a capacity of absorbing all the negativity, absorbing all our problems. So if we were to surrender to Mother Earth, give all our problems, चाहे वो physical problem हो, दर्द हो, बीमारी हो, या emotional problem हो, या social problem, कोई भी problem हो, we need to learn to give. पकड़ के बैठते हैं हम, हमें देना है. Just let it go. Offer it, surrender all the problems, all your obstacles in your life, and just give to the Mother Earth. Like this. And we feel all our problems flowing into the earth. And the Divine Mother graciously accepting and transforming all of the So first we start with offering our problems, our obstacles. Next, what we offer is our being to her. We offer our entire being to the Divine Mother. We offer our mind, our thoughts, हमारी सोच. हम भगवान को अपनी सोच ऑफर करते हैं, समर्पण करते हैं. So that our mind contains nothing else but her thoughts. Only those thoughts which come from her directly we accept. Everything else must go, we must reject. That is purification of the mind. Why must our mind be only busy with very ordinary thoughts of life and work and family and this and that? It's not required, not necessary. If the mind has to become an instrument of the divine, it must receive the inspiration directly from the divine. It must be open to the divine. It must be full of the divine thoughts, inspiration, the light. And one very beautiful way and a simple way of doing that is what you do in Orissa so well. Nama Jap. That's a very beautiful way of transforming the mind and opening it to the only, exclusively to the divine light. Ma Sharavenda Sharanam Ma Sharavenda Sharanam Ma Sharavenda Sharanam. When the mind chants this mantra, the japa, all the rays of the mind get aligned to a particular frequency, get aligned to her will. Sharavenda Sharna Mama Ma Sharavenda Sharna Mama Ma Sharavenda Sharna Mama Ma Sharavenda Sharna Mama Ma Sharavenda Sharna Ma Sharavenda Sharna Mama Sharavenda Sharna Mama. So first the mantra captures our mind, the entire mind, so that there's nothing in the mind but the Divine Mother and their manifestation in the form of the Mother and Shirvand. There's only that in our mind, nothing else. And as we proceed in the japa, slowly, slowly, when the consciousness is turned within, the eyes are closed, and the life's little guests are kept outside, we can visualize their form inside our being. We can visualize the lotus form of the Divine Mother standing on a white lotus, seated in the center of our heart. So now the japa moves from the mind to our psychic, where the Divine Mother is seated. We feel her presence, we visualize her presence, and we bow down completely to her. माँ का दिव्य रूप हमारे अंतर हृदय में जब बस जाता है, जो मंत्र जो जपा माइंड से अब वो हृदय में आ गया है. माँ शरण शरणं, 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 माँ शरण शरणं. Once the Divine Mother is seated in our psychic consciousness, then very safely we can involve our physical body, our physical cells in the mantra japa. I'll give you a small experiment. Bring your focus towards your neck, the lower neck. Visualize your thyroid gland in your neck. Try to feel his presence in your neck. Now, thyroid is a physical organ, and it is made up of very conscious cells, which are all working together so beautifully and controlling so much of your body's metabolism. It's connected to your brain, it's connected to every other organ of the body. You can feel the connection, the inner connection of your thyroid through the entire body. Visualize how it is. जैसे वो एक छोटा सा बच्चा हो. Ask him, how is he? How is he feeling? Is he happy? Is sad? Is anything troubling him? So first thing we'll do is when we connect to the organ of our body is we try to connect, make an inner connection with that part, with that organ, like a small child. उससे बात करो, उसको रीअश्योर करो, उसको सांत्वना दो कि वो ठीक हो जाएगा, वो ठीक, वो घबराए नहीं, हम उसको ठीक करेंगे. Now you must know, जब हम सांस लेते हैं वो एक प्राण लाते हैं शरीर में. जो प्राण है, जो प्राणिक शक्ति है, वो केवल सांस से नहीं है, वो शरीर के हर एक अणु से है. विद एवरी एटम वी कैन ब्रीथ, विद एवरी सेल वी कैन ब्रीथ. Breath is the vital, the vitality, the life force. The first thing we do is to cleanse our body with this life force. वो प्राणिक शक्ति को हम शरीर के अंदर उसको बुलाते हैं बहुत प्यार से. So just visualize your thyroid here and visualize as if you are taking in the pranic shakti directly into the cells of your thyroid. You breathe in, तो प्राणिक शक्ति सेल्स में थायराइड के अंदर जा रही है. And as you breathe out, you can see something flowing out, a sort of energy flowing out of the thyroid. Right now, initially the energy is not very refined, not very subtle. Okay, that is full of the disease. It's full of all ordinary consciousness. Energy is stuck over there. So we need to purify it. So the best and the easiest way to purify the body is through prana, through pranic shakti. The only thing we have to do is to learn to breathe, connect to the organ, and with the subtle breath, invoke the pranic shakti inside, deep inside the thyroid. And as you breathe out, just let all the heaviness, the diseased energy flow out. A complete purification at the physical level, at the pranic level. एक लंबा सांस लीजिए गले से. प्राणिक शक्ति को थायराइड के अंदर जाने दीजिए. You can feel it, you can sense it. And clean it. Breathe in. Just cleanse it totally. And those of you who have hypothyroid, you will feel the magic happening. You can actually activate, awaken those cells of the body. Breathe in, breathe out. Just breathe out completely so that the thyroid is cleansed. And the energy which flows out as you breathe out should be very refined, as refined as the energy you breathe in from the cosmic. Now, once your thyroid is clean enough, purified enough, and it is ready to vibrate with Mother's name, then we will bring the mantra in the cells. But first purification must be there. First the temple must be cleaned, then only we install the presence of the divine there. And now once your thyroid is clean, purified, now it is ready to invoke the presence of the divine and chant with those vibrations. Feel free to feel the chant, the sound in your thyroid. We'll chant together. And from the depths of our heart, we are invoking her presence with the mantra. जो साउंड है उसको अपने सेल्स में महसूस करो. Something must change, awaken there. हमारा पूरा थायराइड, पूरा विशुद्धि चक्र is now surrendered to the divine. It's becoming an instrument of the divine force. And now it becomes our responsibility that we use it only for that purpose. The speech, जो हमारे शब्द है, they must be purified. They must reflect only the divine. They should not be the instruments of your vital, the subconscious, your desires and moods and all those ugly little things of the ordinary human consciousness. They should not become instruments of that. Our speech must be the instrument of the Saraswati Ma, the divine. We must manifest the divine through our speech. तो हम क्या बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें हमें चैतन्य लाना है, चेतना लानी है, ताकि हमारा हर एक शब्द भगवान से ही इंस्पायर होकर आए, उसी का इंस्ट्रूमेंट बने। क्योंकि स्पीच इज अ पावर ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन, और what we express must be the highest, the most beautiful, always. So this inner purification, this inner change is of utmost importance. हमें हमेशा याद रखना है, क्योंकि ऑल लाइफ इज योगा। योगा का ये अर्थ नहीं है कि आधे घंटे जो समाधि के पास आए तो सब कुछ अच्छा सोचें, अच्छा प्रे करें, सरेंडर करें, और बाकी 23 घंटा 30 मिनट हम एक ऑर्डिनरी चेतना में जिए, कुछ भी खाएं, कुछ भी बोलें, कुछ भी करें। वो तो साधना नहीं होती ना। साधना वो है 24 घंटे उसी स्थिति में रहना, उसी चेतना में रहना, अंदर की चेतना में रहना, माँ के साथ रहना, माँ की जो प्रेजेंस है, अनुभूति है, उसको अनुभव करना हमेशा। तो जो हमने अभी थायराइड के साथ किया, गले के साथ किया, वो क्रिया हम शरीर के हर एक भाग के साथ कर सकते हैं। हृदय के साथ कर सकते हैं, हमारे फेफड़ों के साथ, लंग्स के साथ कर सकते हैं, लिवर के साथ, पैंक्रियास के साथ, इंटेस्टाइन्स के साथ। वहाँ पे भी वो शुद्धता, वो प्योरिफिकेशन, वो एक अंदर से एक रिश्ता हमारे बॉडी के जो ऑर्गन्स हैं उनके साथ। हृदय के साथ करेंगे तो एक अजीब सी खुशी आएगी, एक हल्कापन आएगा। माँ का अनुभव आएगा। जो हमारे गर्भ वाले ऑर्गन्स है, यूटरस है, सेक्सुअल ऑर्गन्स है, उनके साथ वहाँ पर भी तो भगवान की चेतना आनी चाहिए। वहाँ पे भी तो वह लाइट, वो ज्योति आनी चाहिए। Every part of the body is divine. उसी श्रद्धा के साथ, उसी चेतना के साथ हमें अपने शरीर को इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए, यूज़ करना चाहिए। इस सेशन में हम एक और चीज़ का अनुभव करते हैं, क्योंकि मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि जो हम खाना खाते हैं वो एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट है। जो हम खाना खाते हैं उसे हम शरीर के लिए, जो बॉडी के अंदर ऑर्गन्स है, जो स्टमक है, इंटेस्टाइन्स है, उसके हिसाब से हमें खाना चाहिए। लेकिन बहुत सारे लोग कहते हैं कि हम कैसे सुने, हमें क्या पता, हम अपने बॉडी से कैसे कनेक्ट करें, हमारा पेट हमें कैसे बताएगा हमें क्या खाना चाहिए क्या नहीं। तो उसका हम छोटा सा एक अनुभव बताते हैं। सो अपना ध्यान हम शरीर में अपने पेट की ओर ले जाएंगे। इन द अपर abdomen we'll try to make an inner connection with our stomach. We'll just try to feel him for some time. Try to listen to what your stomach is trying to tell you. If it is complaining, just say sorry. कि मैं तुमको बहुत सारी चीज़ें अंदर डालता हूँ जो तुम्हें शायद पसंद भी ना हो, and which you find it so difficult to digest. So many things, so many times. I don't give you time to rest. I put things, so many things which are not offered to the divine. So they are with all sorts of ordinary human consciousness which goes inside my body. So I'm sorry for that. From now on, I will only give you that food which you are happy with. Only that food which is offered to the divine first. The food which carries the vibrations of the divine. I will not eat for entertainment. I will not eat unconsciously. I will only eat when you need, and only that what you need. Reassure your stomach. Promise him that. And then feel the response of your stomach. How happy. First of all, does he trust you or not? If he trusts you, he will have a different response. But if he does not trust, then it will say you are simply saying something. You're not genuine about it. You're not sincere about it. So your body will give you a feedback. Are you genuinely taking care of him, or you are simply telling words? Okay, I will change. I am sorry. You can experience that after some time. The way I will eat my breakfast will be different. I promise you that. Can you feel how your body, your stomach responds when you talk to him? So we can actually talk to our body, and we can always get a response from the body. Just to be a little bit more sensitive within. Okay, now you relax. Relax. So we can form a very simple, intimate relationship with our physical body, with our inner organs. We can feel them inside us. Every organ you can feel inside you. The kidneys, the joints, every organ you can feel. You can feel if they are healthy or not, happy or not, they are sad, troubled. You can always feel them. You can even feel your skin. Every part of the body you can feel. We can feel them, we can talk to them, communicate with them, listen to them, bring pranic shakti there, bring mother's light over there, bring the mantra over there. Everything is possible. And when we do that, there's so much of work to be done. No? There's so much of inner work to be done. The inner work of purification, the inner work of invoking, the inner work of transformation. There's so much of inner work that needs to be done. Much more than the outer professional work sometimes we feel is so important. To summarize today's session, we just started with a very simple truth of the presence of the divine within the body, around us. And a very simple act of healing or sadhana or yoga, of opening ourselves to that truth. And few simple ways, techniques to do that is to close the eyes, shift the consciousness inside, purify that part of the being, and then invoke the presence of the divine. And take it deeper and deeper and deeper. With every practice, you go deeper and touch slightly deeper layers of the being. We connected with the Mother Earth and surrendered all our problems to her. But during those few moments when we remember, we surrender, things flow. But then the body goes back to its old habits of feeling that it is a different being, a different ego, and trying to solve the things on its own. The mind goes back to its old habits. So it is these old habits which needs to be changed. Because this half an hour of meditation is not enough to transform our lives. What will really transform our lives is if we change the way we eat, if we change the way we talk, if we change the way we work, because that is what we do most of the time. अगर वहाँ पर हम एक चेतना लाएंगे, उसे ट्रांसफॉर्म करेंगे, उसको एक भगवान का एक मैनिफेस्टेशन बनाएंगे, तब लाइफ में एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आएगा. So that half an hour of meditation has to transform into hours of karma yoga. Healing is not difficult. It's the simplest thing to do. And it is a proof. For me, it is a proof that this consciousness exists. That every word from Mother Shri Aurobindo is absolute truth. Because it is an experiential truth. It's a power. It opens the inner doors to us. So when people ask me, can diabetes be healed? Can arthritis be healed? Can autoimmune be healed? Everything can be healed. There's nothing which cannot be healed. But it is your cells of your body. They are in your control. They are in your hands. You can do anything with your being. लेकिन हमें प्रैक्टिस करना है, हमें करना है, सिर्फ बातें नहीं करनी. जब जप करते हैं तो उसको बहुत गहराई से करना है. So the change of the mind, of the vital, of the heart, it's all possible. Yesterday we were looking at the planes and parts of the being, they all real. And today, during some of these meditative sessions, we do enter into those inner states of being. और जो आपको शांति मिलती है, जो खुशी मिलती है, that is because we have entered another layer of consciousness inside us. But then when we come out of meditation, we don't feel that anymore. Why? Because now you're in an outer state of consciousness. In the outer state of consciousness, it is only made up of struggle and suffering. So you will feel that. You will be in that state always. उसमें तो शांति नहीं है, उसमें तो खुशी भी नहीं है. In that state you only feel small, limited. So a healing can happen. Healing can happen in multiple ways. But a deeper healing happens only when we enter into the deeper layers of our consciousness. And we bring that element of truth, of peace, of the presence into the very cells of the being. Then it's simple, healing happens. There's no secret to it. So we'll close the session in another 5 minutes. So if anybody has any question, you feel free. We can also take the questions during the breakfast time. किसी को कोई प्रश्न है इस समय? How are you all feeling? किस तरह महसूस हो रहा है? Feel relaxed. The body, the mind.
So can you also open the cells to the about the outside the body around opening our cells? The way we connect. Hello. The way we try to connect it with the earth, Mother Earth. So similarly, we can also connect.
Yeah, the divine. No? Yes.
above and around.
Yes. Divine is everywhere, no? That's where we started. The divine is everywhere. So you can open up everywhere, anywhere. Anywhere the opening can happen. यहाँ से opening आएगा, यहाँ से आएगा, यहाँ से आएगा, यहाँ से आएगा, कहीं से भी opening आ सकता है. Because we are, it's like, no, at one level, it's a quantum body, which is just a consciousness body, which is always in communication with the higher forces. No? Sherban says, no, mother is always there. Why do you feel it only when you're open to her? It's not that she is only coming that time, but you're opening that time. जब हम विंडो खोलेंगे तभी सनलाइट आएगा ना. सन तो ऑलवेज है, but we need to open the windows. So as a practice, yes, no, Mother Earth, because that's very concrete. It's very concrete, powerful, no, physical. You can feel it. Like the rivers, the Ganga में जब जाते हैं, you can feel that divinity in her water, no. उस श्रद्धा से जब उस पानी में जाओगे, तो you can feel that divinity there. So nature has that divinity inherent. Like सूर्य, जब हम सूर्य को हम ग्रहण वो नमस्कार करते हैं, तो उस भाव से जब करते हैं, you can feel that, the power coming inside you. So these are very concrete, experiences which we can have with the physical body. Or, yesterday we were talking about research and all these things. बहुत रिसर्च हुआ है इन सब चीज़ों में, बहुत सिंपल चीज़ों में. जो हम कह रहे हो तो बहुत ऊंची चीज़ें हैं. जो बाहर के देश में जो रिसर्च करते हैं तो सिंपल मेडिटेशन टेक्निक्स पे रिसर्च करते हैं. नो, देयर मेडिटेशन इज डिफरेंट. इन अ वे इट्स ओनली withdrawal of the mind to another state of consciousness. No, we are not invoking something much higher there. So even when you withdraw the mind and go into a certain meditative state, the DNA changes. The DNA expression changes. The DNA which is taking care of oncogenes, जिससे कैंसर होता है, वो बंद होते हैं. That DNA which is helping the healing, they get stimulated. So these are very physical changes which happen inside the cells, which is now very well documented in the science also. Genetics, epigenetics, everything changes. Yeah, it changes. No, the cell changes. The transformation happens at a very deep level. So when we feel the happiness, the lightness, it is not just happening in air. It's also happening in the physical body. तभी तो जो diabetes they recover, asthma recovers, so many transformations happen, no? That means something real is happening. Oh, it's not just a wishful thinking. These are concrete things which happen in the body. But for it to persist, problem is we always go back to the ordinary state. हम हर कॉन्फ्रेंस कैसे करते हैं, माँ श्योरबिंद नमः, उसके बाद भूल जाते हैं, एंड देन वी टॉक वॉट एवर इज इन आवर माइंड. लाइक तो माँ श्योरबिंद, वो चेतना हमारे हर टॉक में आना चाहिए ना, हर वाक्य में आना चाहिए, उसी चेतना से बात करना चाहिए. वो केवल जो हम we do lamp lighting, we invoke the presence of the divine, then we forget about the divine there. Then we are busy in our own lives and do our own dhanda of life. Like, ये करेंगे वो करेंगे. We get so busy in that dhanda of life. Where is the divine there? So आधे घंटा divine है, 23 hours 20 minutes there is no divine. Then how will transformation happen? So that 23 hours 30 minutes also has to be changed. Then something happens. That is very important. By remembering, offering, sure, when this is only one mantra, remember and offer, and live consciously. Always live consciously. कि मैं जो कर रहा हूँ किस लेवल से आ रहा है, from which state of consciousness ये विचार आ रहा है, जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ कहाँ से आ रहा है, मेरे वाइटल से आ रहा है, मेरे ईगो से आ रहा है, मेरे माइंड से आ रहा है, कहाँ से आ रहा है, मैं जो कर रहा हूँ क्यों कर रहा हूँ. मेरा मोटिव क्या है? Is my motive to become popular, to make more money, or to impress someone, or something else is flowing through me? So whatever is lower, reject it. Reject, 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 so that the purification happens. जो हमने शुरू में किया था ना, in the beginning of the session, the mind, everything else goes, just the divine, divine, divine. So that the जो mind है अभी 10 अलग दिशाओं में है, it becomes like this. तो उसके लिए सबसे पहले है इसको साइलेंट पे अलग से, तो ये डिस्ट्रैक्शन नहीं होगा. दूसरा है शुरू में आंख बंद करके साधना. नेक्स्ट स्टेप इज आंख खुली रख के साधना. थर्ड स्टेप इज काम करते हुए साधना. पहले तो साधना आंख बंद करके होगी, फिर धीरे धीरे आंख खुली करके भी यू कैन फील दैट प्रेजेंस अराउंड यू. नेक्स्ट स्टेप वुड बी जब हम काम कर रहे हैं, जब चाहे वो खेती बाड़ी का काम है, चाहे किचन का काम है, उसमें भी वो प्रेजेंस आएगा. तो जो हमारा धंधा है, जो काम है, जो बिजनेस है, उसमें इफ वी ब्रिंग द प्रेजेंस ऑफ द डिवाइन, दैट इज द हाईएस्ट स्टेप ऑफ कर्म योग. तो सबसे पहले यू ऑफर ओनली व्हाट इज बैड सो दैट यू बिकम प्योरिफाइड. देन व्हाट इज गुड इनसाइड यू आल्सो यू शुड ऑफर. एवरीथिंग वी शुड ऑफर. यस, एवरीथिंग वी शुड ऑफर. Yes, yes, Mother Divine, it's all one form, no? It's all one Shakti. But whichever Shakti you can connect to, जिससे आपका connection होता है, जो महसूस होता है. Different people it could be different, no? कोई दुर्गा माँ से एक connection आता है, कोई सरस्वती माँ से आता है, कोई अंबिका माँ से आता है. It does not, because these are forms of the Shakti. But कहीं से तो we have to connect with a higher force, no? Yeah, so we start with always nature because that's powerful. No, that's concrete. That is also divine.
With the flow of action, when we start any action, with that flow we forget the consciousness.
उसी को तो slowly remember offer. तो तभी हम जो भी काम शुरू करते हैं, we remember, no, we offer. Then we forget. Then again you remember and offer. जब याद आए वापस आ जाओ. The moment you feel you are going on the wrong road, come back. है ना? क्योंकि the mind has a tendency of going into its old patterns. Ordinary thinking is a habit for us. लेकिन उससे तो भगवान नहीं मिला ना. कुछ भी नहीं मिला उससे. तो जिससे कुछ मिलता है, we should come back to that. तो when जब साधना becomes experiential, when you actually start feeling the presence of the divine, then it's easier, because then you don't want to miss that experience, no? फिर आप वापस आओगे. So the experience makes it more tangible, makes it more easy. If it is only in the mind, it's very difficult, because you're not feeling anything, you're not experiencing anything. वो खुशी, वो शांति नहीं आ रहा. The divine is always there. Who was guiding today? It's the divine. Actually, no, it's the presence of the divine, which you must realize it is always there. So when we offer ourselves, it's offering to the presence of the divine. चाहे मैं अमेरिका में हूँ, चाहे ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हो, न्यूजीलैंड में हूँ, फर्क नहीं पड़ता. भगवान सब जगह है. भगवान सिर्फ एक जगह नहीं है ना, सिर्फ पौंडीचेरी में नहीं है. माँ एवरी जगह, एवरी चीज एवरीवेयर. द डिवाइन इज एवरीवेयर. So wherever you go, wherever you work, you have to feel that there. You have to create your own, atmosphere around you, so that you feel that everywhere. आप कहीं भी जाओ, you can feel that presence. तभी तो हम यह पहनते हैं, यह पहनते, यह पहनते, to remind us, oh, this Mother Aurobindo. These are symbols. That's why we look at her picture, because they are reflecting her presence. So these are few ways we use to remind us. आपने टी-शर्ट पहना है, लेकिन लोग देख रहे हैं, आप नहीं देख पा रहे. So when we see that, we look at a symbol, we remember that, no? So these are ways to remembering her. So the life changes, healing will happen. There's nothing which will not happen. That's one of the easiest things to happen.
I think Yogasana helps a great. Yogasana facilitates this kind of, this inner practices.
Yeah. Yogasana matlab the body is sthir. Then you can go deeper inside. If the body is aching and paining, आपका ध्यान वहीं अटका रहेगा ना. अब अगर हम यहाँ बैठ पा रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं अंदर, तो उसका मतलब the body should be absolutely at comfort. Then only the consciousness can move away from the body into the deeper levels. Then only you can.
Asana consciously that we are preparing. It is not to have hypertension or blood pressure, but to prepare our body for a higher consciousness. That again brings a difference.
Yes.
It's an activity by itself. They call it manodaihic kriya. Asana is manodaihic kriya. So dehi is moving, but still, like all other work, if we do it, it helps us in achieving the calm and tranquility and knowing our body.
Yes, why not? Yes, these are all tools. Definitely we should do. No, Sherban, you must remember one thing. Sherban says very clearly, my yoga starts where? All other yogas end. That means आपको हर योगा पे निपुण होना है. हठ योगा में निपुण. तब you go beyond that supramental. You have to be ready for that. Bhakti yoga में निपुण. Raj yoga में निपुण. Then you are ready for something. So you are making ourselves ready. So every tool, everything is a tool to make yourself ready for that is beyond. But again he says you don't have to follow that system. In my yoga, the simplest way I have given you what Sherban says is to offer yourself. So he has bypassed all the processes, but it does not mean they are not important. They are not important only if you reach the highest. If you are able to do that 24/7. But anything that helps you go there, you use it as tools. But don't get stuck there.
Shifting of consciousness की बात आप जब बोलते हैं, तो इनिशियली एक डाउट रहता है कि ये कैसे करें, मतलब आर वी ऑन द राइट ट्रैक. तो ये जब ऐसी कोई डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन फेस कर, मान लो कुछ heaviness in the chest, something is going to happen. Sometimes we are in a frame of mind, we feel that something is going to happen, it is not a pleasant feeling. We want to get rid of that kind of feeling. So at that time, if we practice that I am because I am in vital, and if I shift my consciousness, then I will be get rid of this and I will feel light. So such occasions help us in believing that yes, it's something called shifting of consciousness and where to go. So this challenge
Yes. No, I always tell a story. One of my patients, very early patients, he was having an acute anxiety attack, not able to speak, with lot of problems in life, shivering like this, matlab, in a very acute state of anxiety. And he could have committed suicide any time. He was in that state. In a few half an hour or so, through the simple ways of body consciousness and shifting the consciousness within, because that is possible for everyone, it does not matter. He went to that inner being state. And he suddenly found that vastness within himself. And in that vastness, he felt such a freedom, a silence, a joy. And when he came out, opened his eyes, and he realized, he was shocked what is happening, that how is it possible? Abhi आधे घंटे पहले my life was everything wrong and I was feeling like this, and suddenly I am laughing and feeling so happy that ये तो कुछ, it's not possible. But the reality is that is how it is. All our problems are only on the surface. The so-called psychological problems are only on the surface being. They do not at all touch even the inner being. What the layers of the being, yesterday we were talking about. वो छूता ही नहीं उन्हें. तो थोड़ा से भी अंदर जाते हैं, हल्का सा अंदर, जैसे the waves on the sea, they are all such big waves. तो सुनामी है, पूरा सरफेस पे ही है. 10 मीटर 20 मीटर जाओ तो बहुत शांत है पानी, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ वहाँ. तो उसी तरह हमारे अंदर जाते हैं तो वहाँ तो वो तो आराम से बैठा है. द साइकिक इज परफेक्टली एट ईज, द इनर वाइटल इज परफेक्टली ईज, और ऊपर तुम्हारा आउटर वाइटल उछल रहा है, और ये हो गया वो हो गया. just one experience is enough to shake you and realize you कि oh my God, what am I living is so stupid. मैं क्या जी रहा हूँ, और ये suffering is not real. So when the realization that the suffering is not real is an eye-opening, it changes everything. लेकिन वो experience ही होता है. मैं बोल लूँ suffering is not real, it has no meaning. The moment you feel it कि जो भी तुम्हारी problems वो real ही नहीं है, कुछ और real है, then everything changes. So if you understand in Aurobindo's terminology, they are the layers of the being. So always when we start, we are always on the surface. We are always in the surface, wherein all these confusions will happen. The mind will imagine, are you imagining or is it real? वो प्रश्न आएगा, मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ, ये सच में है कि am I only imagining? So all those things will happen in the surface. वो चलता रहेगा. The moment we cross the surface, the thoughts stop. खत्म हो जाएगा, वो सोच ही खत्म हो जाएगी. और एक experience आएगा. Suddenly, when you open a door, you will see something different, no? So when you see something different, you are in a different state of consciousness. So there are no thoughts there. It's just an experience. Then you don't think, am I imagining or not? Because you can feel that presence. So there is no imagining, because it is a reality. जैसे आप मुझे देख रहे हैं, तो it can be an imagination also, no? But it can be a reality also. तो थोड़ा सा when we, so that's why the inner door has to open. Some door has to open for that experience to happen. Till that time we are only in the surface being, thinking, imagining, but nothing real is happening. Because we are just in the same cycle. Basically, what I find the simple experiences are very powerful is the earth. वो powerful होता है. उससे आपको अनुभव आता है. कुछ अंदर से छूता है, बदलता है. Because every meditation is not the same. It depends आप कहाँ जा रहे हो, किस level पे जा रहे हो. हाँ, शुरू is always there. The शुरुआत is always with the outer. But when we go inside, you forget the breath also, no? Breath is happening at an outer level. At an inner level, then there is only consciousness in that state. It's no longer the breath. लेकिन अभी समझ में नहीं आएगा. जब आपको महसूस होगा, उतना ही काफ़ी है. See, I always tell that हम गाड़ी चला रहे हैं. आप रात को गाड़ी चलाते हो ना, बाइक चलाते हो, गाड़ी चलाते हो, आपको कितना दूरी का देखना चाहिए? आपको यहाँ से कटक जाना है, ठीक है, 100 लेटर से 50 किलोमीटर है. आपको 50 किलोमीटर बाद क्या टर्न आएगा, क्या ट्रैफिक आएगा, वो अभी ज़रूरत है? क्या ज़रूरत है? अगले 20 मीटर में रोड कैसा है, ताकि गाड़ी ठीक से चलाओ. और आपको क्या चाहिए? एक रास्ता चाहिए कि ये कटक का ही रास्ता है, तो वो डेस्टिनेशन मिल जाएगा. So in spirituality also, all we need to know is the right road, the right path first. That is important. कटक की जगह कहीं और नहीं पहुंच जाओ. No, भुवनेश्वर की जगह कहीं और मत पहुंच जाओ. एक बार path मिल गया, then all we need to know is the headlights is only 10 to 20 meters. That's all. But mind wants to know 2 किलोमीटर बाद क्या आएगा, 20 किलोमीटर के बाद क्या आएगा, वो उसकी confusion में रहता है. तो फालतू का knowledge है ना. आपको knowledge उतना ही चाहिए जो आज का है, कल का है, immediate. That the divine will give you. The immediate step is all that we need in the pathway. We don't have to worry about 50 किलोमीटर के बाद क्या होगा, उस सिद्धि में क्या होगा, वो फालतू की बातें हैं. Practical thing in spirituality is there is a destination, you choose your path, you just need to know what your headlights give you. That's enough. That makes life very simple. कि हमें ज़्यादा जानने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है, उतना ज़रूरत है जितना यूज़फुल है. जितना यूज़फुल है वो भगवान आपको देगा. इतना ट्रस्ट करो, वो सृष्टि आपको देगी. तो डोंट ट्राई टू डू थिंग्स बिकॉज अदर्स आर डूइंग इट. आप वो करो जो अंदर से आपको आए. वो इसका मतलब वो आपका रास्ता है. जहाँ श्रद्धा आए, जहाँ प्यार आए, वो काम करो. अपने आप रास्ता मिलेगा ना. Any other question? Otherwise already we are beyond the time. So आप लोग जो भी माँ शेरविन के से जुड़े हैं, तो ऐसा मत सोचो कि आप जुड़े हो. माँ शेरविन ने आपको पकड़ के रखा है. उन्होंने आपको अपने पास बुलाया है. जब अपने पास बुलाया है वो आपको रास्ता भी दिखाएंगे. थोड़ा सा ट्रस्ट करना चाहिए.
So as a doctor, when we are treating patients, prescribing medicines, so in that way, how will infuse the Sri Aurobindo divine consciousness to work better for the patients, for our medicines and advice, etc. How will do it?
This is my personal opinion. Like everything else, my personal opinion. I always feel we inspire more people by our presence rather than by what we speak. By our actions than by what we say. Because people always look at how we are, how we live, and they get inspired by that. So second thing is, different people are at different states of consciousness. Not everybody is ready for everything. No? जैसे पढ़ाई में तो हमारा किंडरगार्टन लेवल होता है, फिर हमें उसका क्लास 5 का बुक्स देते हैं, फिर उसको 8-6 का देते हैं. देयर इज़ अ लेवल ऑफ इन एजुकेशन. But unfortunately in spiritual life we do not have that very systematized. No? किंडरगार्टन कहाँ से शुरू करें, फिर लेवल क्लास 1 में क्या पढ़ाएं, क्लास 3 में क्या पढ़ाएं. तो तभी जब हम उपनिषद पढ़ते हैं, गीता पढ़ते हैं, वेद पढ़ते हैं, जो कि एक PhD लेवल का थिंग है, और हम KG में हैं, तो क्या होगा? टोटल कन्फ्यूजन ना. बिकॉज वी आर नॉट रेडी फॉर दैट. नॉट एवरीबडी इज रेडी फॉर एवरी लेवल ऑफ नॉलेज. नो, क्योंकि it's multiple steps are taken to realize that, to feel that, to experience that. Multiple steps are required. But all I feel from within is that if I am a teacher or if I am a doctor, doctor is also like a teacher, no? Our role is to help everyone, whoever comes in our presence, to help them take one step higher, that's all. One step deeper, one step higher. Wherever they are, does not matter. हमें उनको PhD लेवल का तो पढ़ाना ही नहीं है. जिस लेवल पे है उसी लेवल पे just can we make their lives a little better, a little bit more conscious, something which they can practically do and they can see the difference in their lives. So we cannot say the same preaching to everyone. It does not help, no. हर पेशेंट को सेम बोलेंगे तो वो बोलेगा ये प्रीच कर रहा है, नो, लाइक द क्रिश्चियन मिशनरीज. वी बिकम लाइक दैट. वी नीड नॉट बिकम. वी आर नॉट इन दैट बिजनेस. So teaching, basically, like I am both into education, into healing. So my way of healing everybody is different based on what they are, where they are. Some people I will purely work at a physical level. Some people I will purely work only with the prana. Some people I purely work in the meditation. Some people I purely work with the divine mother's force. Some people I will never take the name of Mother Shri Aurobindo at all, because they are not open to that. It's not necessary. For every person, intuitively you have to feel, from within, okay, what can I help him? And if you feel you cannot help him, that is also fair enough. We are not a world guru, we have to teach everyone everything. Jo andar se hai, what we feel inspired from within, we do that. And if it is not, it's okay. It's okay to give a paracetamol, is perfectly fine. For somebody with a headache, there's nothing wrong in that. And for some people whom I feel, even though they have a real strong problem, but I feel they are sensitive enough, we can try out a different method and maybe they can see the miracle happening. We give them that option. But for some people with a very simple problem, I know, but they are not at all open, it's better you take the medicine and be happy with it. Because everybody is different. So intuitively we must feel what is right. And for that we must be in the inner state, for us to feel that, what is right, what is wrong, in that particular state.
In our yoga center, we have got a yoga center. Patients are coming, someone is coming for a pain abdomen, or some arthritis, or someone is coming from headache, or someone coming from something different complaints. So in that case, the yoga teacher is practicing yoga for them like that. You do some for thyroid, you do this type of yoga. If for a pain abdomen or something like that, you do this type of yoga. So that yogic and this consciousness, can we combine this?
Yes, why not? See, I always say, our thing starts where everything else stops. So, definitely the yogasanas, the pranayams and all, we can take them to the next level. From where they came originally. जहाँ से वो origin हुआ है ना योगासना, वो कहाँ से origin हुआ, वो सोच से. So we can help people. For example, जो हम बैठे हैं वो भी एक योगासना ही है ना. आप चेयर पे बैठे हो वो भी एक योगासना है. कि इसी योगासना को अगर हम उस तरह बैठे कि आपकी हर एक नाड़ी, जो सुषुम्ना है, ईड़ा है, पिंगला है, वो इट्स वर्क्स परफेक्टली. No, the breath is moving, flowing perfectly there. There's a connection with the earth. No, everything is flowing perfectly. We can do that. And we can do that with the sense of the divine flow, the divine Shakti flowing. Not just the pranic Shakti, the divine Shakti flowing. We can take it to that level also. The chakras, that the chakra opening hai, we can do that. But rather than getting stuck only at one certain level of consciousness, we can take it to, elevate it to another level of consciousness. Definitely we can. जैसे, no, for me, a very simple technique, okay, let's do something very simple. आप अच्छी तरह बैठ जाइए सबसे पहले, बैक स्ट्रेट. जो चेयर पे बैठे हैं, नो, डोंट टेक द बैक रेस्ट. आगे आइए, पाँव नीचे रखिए, हाथ नो इस पे रखिए अपने नीज पर. I'll give you a very simple no, kriya. That how we can infuse the pranic shakti in this joint. In this joint. आप यहाँ पे हाथ लगाइए. Feel the tension of the muscles in the neck. Tight है थोड़ा, थोड़े से warm है, गर्मी है ना, गर्म है, थोड़ा warm है, stress है. टच करने से आपको पता लगेगा there is a stress energy there. No, you can feel that. Now just keep your hand here armpit में, relax करके. छुओ ना उसको, थोड़ा सा जो हवा है वहाँ पे उसको फील करो, जो एनर्जी है उसको फील करो. कैन यू फील दैट? ऐसे प्रिकल प्रिकल कर रही होगी. No, it's not very refined. It's a prickly energy over there. Okay? Because the energy is not flowing. Now we will do a simple kriya and see the magic what is happening. So we'll just open our shoulders. पहले आराम से बैठिए, open the shoulders. आगे बैठिए, ऐसे बैठोगे तो कुछ फील नहीं होगा. आगे आइए. हाथ यहाँ पे रखिए, अपने नीज पे रखिए. जो चेतना है, जो माइंड है, वो यहाँ ले जाइए आर्मपिट में. हमने क्या देखा था कि हम हर जगह से प्राणिक शक्ति ले सकते हैं. अब हम केवल प्राणिक शक्ति लेंगे, नथिंग एल्स. वी विल ब्रीद इन फ्रॉम द शोल्डर जॉइंट. जो ब्रेथ है, जो शक्ति है, वो अंदर जाएगा जॉइंट में. ट्राई टू फील दैट. देन इट विल मूव अप योर shoulder, the trapezius muscles. Then it will go towards your neck. That's all. Just let it flow there. Aram se it will flow. Initially there will be obstruction because it's stuck. Slowly it will flow. We'll try. आँख बंद करके. सबसे पहले relax your shoulders. जो shoulders है उन्हें relax कीजिए. Consciously relax कीजिए. जो मसल्स हैं उन्हें रिलैक्स कीजिए. जो ध्यान है शोल्डर्स जॉइंट के अंदर ले जाइए. अब ध्यान अपने सांस की ओर ले जाइए. ध्यान अपने आर्मपिट की ओर, जब बगल है वहाँ पे ले जाइए. And try and take a deep breath from your shoulder joint. Long deep breath. And feel the breath flowing inside the joint. And as you breathe out, Feel it purifying the entire shoulder joints and flowing out directly. Long deep breath in the joint. And remove all this sticky energies in the joints. So that a very fine, refined flow of pranic Shakti is there. Now, very gently touch your neck and feel the difference in the muscles, in the energy there, in the temperature there. And now, very gently feel your armpit, the same armpit. Now, feel the energy in the armpit. Can you feel the difference? Can you see the transformation which happened in 5 breaths? No? So much the body is receptive, sensitive. Just with the breath, you see the magic happening. How relaxed the muscles go. No? Can you feel? कितना वो रिलैक्स हुआ एकदम. जस्ट 5 बार सांस लेने से हमने कुछ भी नहीं किया. Just 5 conscious breaths and see how much the whole place relaxes. Now another simple experiment we'll do. Just close your eyes and feel your face. Feel the tension in the muscles around your eyebrows. Feel the tension in the muscles in your forehead. Because these are 2 places where you will always feel the stress, the tension. Feel the stress in your temples, sides of the head. Just feel them. Now a very simple kriya of smiling. आप मुस्कुराइए. बहुत प्यार से मुस्कुराइए. Freely. Now feel, as you are smiling, feel the changes happening in the stress around your eyes and in the forehead. Can you feel that change? Can you feel something moving there? Something changing there? The simple kriya of smiling can actually reduce so much of the stress which is there in the face, in the head. स्माइल नहीं आ रहा, जबरदस्ती से स्माइल कीजिए फिर भी वो बदलेगा. Then also it will work. No? It works. Can you see something changing? You can feel it, no? You can tangibly feel the stress flowing. Life is, the body is like that, no? It changes. It's sensitive. Touch. Another simple experiment we'll do with the hands. Touch. No? हमारा हाथ है ना, इससे हम छूते हैं. And you can always say somebody is touching you unconsciously, consciously, with love, with what feeling. No, you can feel that in the touch. Because people, we are sensitive to that touch. The body always knows the vibration behind the touch. वो किस भाव से कोई आपको छू रहा है. Now you feel the magic. The whole body is sensitive, but there are some parts of the body which are very sensitive. For example, the abdomen, the stomach, the heart. So अभी सबके पेट में थोड़े चूहे दौड़ रहे होंगे. So see the magic now. Now with this hand, just activate it just by looking at it. You can actually activate it, awaken it, and बहुत प्यार से just keep it over your abdomen. जहाँ पे वो भूख का sensation आ रहा है ना, भूख का sensation, उसको प्यार से यहाँ रखिए. मिलेगा खाना, घबराओ मत, खाना है, खत्म नहीं होगा. बहुत प्यार से उसको छुओ और महसूस करो how your stomach inside is now changing, responding to you. आंख बंद करके फील कीजिए. मिलेगा, रिलैक्स. कुछ महसूस हुआ? कुछ अंदर से चेंज हुआ? वो गुदगुदी सी शांत हुई? जो रेस्टलेसनेस था वो शांत हुआ? थोड़ा सा है ना? उतना होगा जितना उसको आप पे ट्रस्ट है. लेकिन इट रिस्पॉन्स दो. इट ऑलवेज रिस्पॉन्स. जब छोटे बच्चों को चोट लगती है वो माँ के पास क्यों आते हैं? यू टेक देम, कुछ नहीं होगा, ठीक हो जाएगा. देन दे स्टॉप क्राइंग. नो, because that touch is communicating something to them. So the touch is very powerful. We can heal so many things with the touch. अभी आपके पाँव सबके दुख रहे होंगे. दुख रहे हैं कि नहीं? आप क्यों दुखा रहे हो? वो कंप्लेन करेगा ना. So we should not make our body suffer. So that's our first principle. So अगर प्रॉब्लम है एकदम चेंज करो पोस्चर और उससे ठीक करो. जहाँ पे भी दर्द है वहाँ पे हाथ ले जाओ. See how it changes. Immediately it will change. No, it feels that soothing touch, no, a loving touch. चाहे वो एंकल है, चाहे वो नीज है, any part of the body changes, responds with that. So Breath heals, touch heals, meditation heals, everything heals. There is nothing which does not heal. Opening to the divine heals, opening to the earth heals, opening to the sun heals. सभी कुछ तो healing करता है. The only thing which does not heal is too much thinking. ज़्यादा सोचने से प्रॉब्लम आती है. फालतू का सोचने से ही सारे प्रॉब्लम आते हैं. Yeah. The trust is there, no? A simple trust.
कई बार हमारा ध्यान नहीं जाता है. फॉर एग्जांपल गार्डनिंग करने जाते हैं, कभी मान लो भूख लगती है, whether should I have breakfast first or gardening first? But the moment we go for gardening, our hunger
भूख भूल
goes.
जाती है.
Yes,
हाँ.
that joy and energy, actually energy. It's very concrete experience that must be happening with everyone. You go to farm and your hunger is, at least you can delay it for.
Yeah. So we can absorb energy from the nature. That's also a form of energy. From the earth, from water, from air, from touch. These are all forms of energy. So we don't need to eat so much. जो योगी लोग हैं वो तो एक ही दिन खाते हैं ना, एक ही बार खाते हैं, थोड़ा सा खाते हैं.
माहेश्वरी जी जो आश्रम में थे, उनको मैं पूछ रही थी कि ऐसे चिल्ड्रन के बारे में बात हो रही कि आमतौर पे ही वाज टेलिंग अस कि आमतौर पे मदर्स कंप्लेन कि मेरा बच्चा खाता नहीं. तो माहेश्वरी जी टोल्ड अस कि देन आई यूज्ड टू आस्क देम कि बहुत सिक हो गया होगा, बहुत डाउन हो गया होगा. नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. तो फिर वही तो आंसर है, खाता नहीं है लेकिन कुछ और होता है. कॉस्मिक एनर्जी.
एक्चुअली जितना कम खाएंगे उतना स्वास्थ्य अच्छा रहेगा. अडल्ट्स के लिए, हमारे लिए 30 साल की उम्र में जितना कम खाएंगे उतना अच्छा. ठीक है. 10 सेकेंड भगवान का नाम लेके देन वी विल क्लोज. शांति शरण.
We welcome you all to day 2 of the All Orissa 35th Sama Conference. First, today we are going to have video session. I invite the chairpersons onto the stage. Dr. Dhaneshwar Pradhan, Senior Medicine Specialist, Kendrapada. Dr. Sumana Panda, District Homeopathy Medical Officer, Cuttack. Dr. Dyuman Nayak, Expert in Homeopathic Medical Science. I request Dr. Dhaneshwar Pradhan, Dr. Sumana Panda and Dr. Dyuman Nayak to kindly come to the stage. We will start the video session. Before that, we will have 1 minute meditation with Mother's music.
श्रीमा श्री अरविंद समस्त अतिथि माननकु मोर हृदय भरा प्रणाम। आज सकाळर प्रथम सेशन को मु समस्त को स्वागत जनाऊँच। आज आमर वीडियो सेशन अच्छी फर्स्ट सेशन मु डॉक्टर रेबा कानूनगो MD and PhD। शी इज ए ग्रेट लेडी। तो जड़े बुद्धिजीवी महिला तांकर प्रथम वीडियो प्रेजेंटेशन अच्छी ऑन दी सब्जेक्ट माइक्रोब्स एंड कॉन्शियसनेस। माइक्रोब्स माने आमे वायरस बैक्टेरिया इत्यादि को बुझी थाउ एवं ता सहित चैत्य शक्तिर कौन संबंध अच्छी से विषय रे मैडम अंकर वीडियो प्रेजेंटेशन रहिबो। Dr. Eva Kanungo is the presently working as adjunct professor of microbiology KMC Mangalore, Maya University, and consultant to FIND laboratory strengthening. Past positions and teaching experience: former professor and HOD microbiology and dean research. She is in Pondicherry University of Microbiology. She is working as the HOD and a professor at BP Kerala Institute of Health Sciences at Nepal and a professor in position at Jipmer University. She is having more than 35 years of teaching experience for UG, PG and PhD medical graduates in microbiology. She has a number of publications, 140 in national and international indexed journals. So now come forward to listen to the great speaker on the subject microbes and consciousness by Professor Dr. Reva Kanungo.
I thank the organizers for support for this opportunity to be a part of the very important endeavor to shape the young minds of future doctors through holistic medicine, a venture which the National Medical Commission has embarked upon. The topic of my discussion, microbes and consciousness, as abstract as it may sound, has slowly been making progress through several research and observational studies published in health science journals. As a clinical microbiologist, my interaction with microbes was through its harmful effects in infection, its outcome, and control through antibiotics and other control measures. Their beneficial role as colonizers, symbiotic existence, and human metabolism was the other side of the coin. All this is dealt with in the microbiology curriculum. However, we need to know whether there is a need to look beyond the tangible. The not so tangible aspects of microbes and human behavior to open the young minds to explore beyond the trodden path. This realm is just beginning, and I have chosen a few points from published articles in reputed journals just to give an insight into the microbiomes and consciousness. I will begin my presentation with a few lines from Sri Aurobindo in the Integral Healing. The aim of yoga is not to find out the most efficient means of healing diseases, but to change the entire consciousness, even the physical, in order disease may not come at all. Now, just as the mystery of life must be reduced to its most basic elements before it can be understood, so too must consciousness be broken down into parts so that we may reconstruct it in full. Why then is life so fundamental to the construct of consciousness? So, I would like to present some perspectives which I have gathered from the published articles. First, we are conscious only if we are alive. More importantly, however, we always need to be consciously aware that we are living. Our biological self lies at the core of our perspective self, and therefore our conscious experience of our biological self is shaped at all levels by biological mechanisms that keep us alive. Some food for thought. In discovering who we are as human beings, we must embrace nature and not distance ourselves from it, as our human nature is deeply rooted in nature that we see around us. The biology that sustains our consciousness is grounded in other organisms. The purpose of evaluating the relationship between bacteria and ourselves is not only academic fascination, um, but to gain a greater insight into the intricate workings of the human mind. Now, this brings us to the topic of microbiome. What are these microbiomes? The human body is not so exclusively human after all. Humans share their body with approximately 10 trillion microorganisms collectively known as the microbiome. They make an invisible ecosystem in the body. The average adult human being is colonized with approximately 1 kg of bacteria, which is approximately the weight of our brain. Some interesting facts tell us that microbes were here before humans existed, so we have evolved with these friends with benefits. Millions and millions of years ago, under the sea and in the surroundings, there were microbes everywhere before the humans even made an appearance. There has never been a time when the brain existed without the signals coming from the microbes, which goes to show how intricately the human brain is associated with microbes. What if these signals are actually really important in determining how we feel, how we behave, and how we act? That is what we need to see. That is what we need to explore. And could we modulate these microbes therapeutically to improve thinking, behavior, and brain health? So, with these microbes, if we deal with them, we would be able to understand their effect on our mental health, our consciousness, and all the finer aspects of life. Now, there was a beautiful article on consciousness and bacteria. The microbe hold secrets which help to decipher the greatest mysteries of humanity, namely consciousness. The gut-brain axis alone allowed immunology, neurology, psychology, physiology, and rejoined to coalesce in a melting pot of relation to uh, reinvent by combining man and nature. A gateway has opened, leaving
Next video is about holistic nursing care. It will be talked by Dr. Alok Pandey. We all know Dr. Alok Pandey was a psychiatrist. He was serving in military. After resigning from this military service, he came to Aurobindo ashram and practiced yoga. Many times he has joined with us in these functions. He will tell about the holistic care of nursing. We doctors are prescribing the medicines and examine the patient, but actual care is taken by the nurses. They should not take the patient as a physical being or a mental being or a vital being. They also consider that the man is having a soul and psyche. So they should take care of the patients as a soul, as a God. So how they can take the care so that patient will quickly recover. Let us see this topic from Alok Pandey.
जय माँ। उड़ीसा के नर्सिंग और मेडिकल कॉन्फ्रेंस में सभी को नमस्ते। विषय है होलिस्टिक नर्सिंग एजुकेशन। बहुत बड़ा, बहुत ही ये अच्छा है कि कम से कम इसकी मांग उठ रही है भारतवर्ष में और बाहर भी इसकी मांग उठ रही है। होलिस्टिक का मतलब है संपूर्ण। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारी शिक्षा में कमी है, और कमी इसलिए क्योंकि हम बहुत अधिक मनुष्य को केवल एक शरीर के रूप में देखने लगे हैं और हर चीज़ को हमको फिजिकल लेवल पर रिड्यूस करना है। जैसे कुछ समय पहले बात हो रही थी कि सोल भी क्या है, एक भौतिक, एक गैस है, एक मास है, एक एनर्जी है। अब एनर्जी जैसे फिजिकल एनर्जी है, तो वो करने की बजाय हमको इन चीज़ों को ध्यान से पहले श्रवण मनन, फिर उन पर निधिध्यासन, उनको ढूंढना चाहिए। तो होलिस्टिक का अर्थ ये है कि मनुष्य केवल देह नहीं है और वो लिविंग है, तो उसके अंदर प्राण ऊर्जा भी है। तो जब हम मरीज को के साथ इंटरेक्ट करते हैं तो हम क्या केवल उसको देह के रूप में देख रहे हैं या उसको एक प्राण जीवंत सत्ता? आर वी ट्रीटिंग द बॉडी एज ए डेड बॉडी और ए लिविंग बॉडी? तो डेड बॉडी जब होता है तो आप उससे कोई अपेक्षा नहीं करते हो, वो तो मृत है। तो लिविंग बॉडी से भी जब हम कोई अपेक्षा नहीं करते हैं कि शरीर अपनी ओर से कुछ करेगा हील करने के लिए, तो हम वास्तव में वस्तुतः उसको डेड बॉडी के रूप में ट्रीट कर रहे हैं। और जबकि होना ये चाहिए कि शरीर एक लिविंग क्रिएशन है, और जैसे अन्य पशु पक्षी प्लांट ये सब लिविंग हैं और ये अपने अंदर से ही हीलिंग की चेष्टा करते हैं और होते भी हैं, सक्सेसफुल होते हैं। तो मॉडर्न मेडिसिन का जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है बहुत अधिक यूटिलिटेरियनिज्म, इसके बैकग्राउंड में मैं नहीं जाना चाहता हूँ, इस पर बात हुई है, बहुत सारा चर्चाएं हुई हैं कि कैसे इसके पीछे एक धन, जहाँ भी धन जुड़ जाए तो मान के चलिए कि वहाँ पर कोई चीज़ विकृत हो गई है। धन, सत्ता या पावर की जहाँ पे वो जुड़ जाए तो वहाँ पे चीज़ें, तो सारी जो मेडिकल एजुकेशन ही सभी कुछ लॉयर्स हैं, सभी कुछ ये धन का जो एक लालच जुड़ गया कि कितना कमाता है उसके हिसाब से आपकी पहचान होने लगी, कितनी बड़ी गाड़ी है, कितना बड़ा घर है, उससे पहचान होने लगी, ब्रांडेड कपड़े हैं कि नहीं। तो ज्ञान तो वहाँ पर बैक सीट में चला जाता है। तो अब जब मेडिसिन एक कमाई का धंधा बन जाती है तो फिर धंधा तो धंधा होता है, उसमें ज्ञान नहीं होता है। तो कितने सारे टेस्ट मशीनों पे पूरी की पूरी अब निर्भर होने लगी है मेडिसिन। तो उसमें क्या जो लूज़ हो रही है वो है ह्यूमन टच। जिसकी वैल्यू हम खो चुके हैं। एक छोटी सी चीज़ है, पहले भी बातें हुई हैं, एक हमारे अंदर एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग पावरफुल यंत्र मतलब उपकरण है जो प्रकृति ने बनाया है, और आम तौर पे हम उसका बहुत कम उपयोग करते हैं। और कहूँगा तो बड़ा आश्चर्य होगा कि एक ऐसी इंद्रिय हमारे अंदर जिसको आप इतने अधिक उसका उपयोग हो सकता है, लेकिन उसका हम केवल एकमात्र, कोई पूछे आँख से क्या करते हो, बोलते हैं देखते हैं। देखने का अर्थ है कि आप एक रिसीव करते हो इम्पैक्ट, लेकिन आँख से आप केवल देखते नहीं हो, आँख से बहुत कुछ आप कन्वे करते हो। आँख एक एक्सप्रेस करने की ऐसी इंद्रिय है, सारा अभिनय इस पर डिपेंड करता है। अभिनय जो करते हैं उन्होंने तो कथकली में सारा शरीर आपका रंग रोगन से भरा है। यदि कोई चीज जो विजिबल है तो वो आंख है, और सारे एक्सप्रेशन आपके अभिनय, पूरा कथकली इतना सुंदर नृत्य है, केवल आंख पर है। तो डॉक्टर, नर्सेज ये जानती भी नहीं है, केयर टेकर्स आपस में वार्तालाप कि आंखों से हम बहुत कुछ कम्युनिकेट करते हैं। आंखों से दुख दर्द कम्युनिकेट करते हैं, करुणा कम्युनिकेट करते हैं, आंखों से क्रोध, भय, कामना, वासना, यू नेम इट, प्रेम, स्नेह, आदर, सारी चीजें आंखों से कम्युनिकेट की जा सकती हैं। तो मुझे तो नहीं लगता कि मेडिकल और हमारे नर्सिंग एजुकेशन में आंखों का उपयोग बोल के कोई चैप्टर भी होता है, पर आना चाहिए, क्योंकि आंखों से तो सबसे पहले मरीज कांटेक्ट में आता है। और स्ट्रेंज बात है कि ना हम लोगों को मरीज की आंखों को पढ़ना आता है, ना मरीज को वो, लेकिन देखता पहला इंप्रेशन तो यही होता है ना, डॉक्टर का चेहरा, चेहरे से क्या है, आंखें। और मैंने इसके बहुत उदाहरण है, विस्तार में नहीं जा रहा हूँ, कि हाउ द आइज कैन हील। आइज कैन, आंखों में वो शक्ति होती है कि वो जगा दे आपके भीतर अंतरात्मा को। ये नैनों की दीक्षा भी होती है। और अब श्री अरविंद तो और माता जी तो कैसे दीक्षा देते थे, एक तो थी डायरेक्टली मन के द्वारा, थॉट में वो आ जाता था व्यक्ति। दूसरा, उनकी दीक्षा केवल दर्शन मात्र से दीक्षा होती थी। आप डेटीज आपको कैसे हील करती हैं, आप दर्शन करने जाते हैं विग्रह का, आपको बहुत अच्छा लगता है, शांति वगैरह सब मिल जाती है। दर्शन का अर्थ क्या है, आपकी आंखें उनको देख रही हैं, उनकी आंखें आपको देख रही हैं। तो ये आंखों का उपयोग। दूसरा है श्रवण। ये दो इंद्रियां बहुत स्पेशल है। हाउ यू हियर। मरीज बहुत बार जब बातें करते हैं तो अपनी पीड़ा के पीछे कोई और पीड़ा छिपी है उसको अभिव्यक्त करते हैं। हर चीज़ बोली नहीं जाती, आवश्यकता भी नहीं होती है, तो उसको पकड़ना। वो एक बड़ी सुंदर एक मुहावरा है, दुखती रग पर हाथ रखना। दुखती रग वो नहीं है जो दिख रही है, दुखती रग वो है जो अंदर कहीं छिपी है, जहाँ पे विल नॉट टू बी ऑपरेट कर रही है। आई डोंट वांट टू लिव, वहाँ पर वो भाव है। और जब तक आप उसको टैकल नहीं करेंगे, वहाँ वो जहाँ ये भाव पनप रहा है, तब तक आप उसके अंदर पूरी जिजीविषा, जीने की इच्छा, ठीक होने की इच्छा पूरी तरह नहीं लाएंगे। तो जब तक पूरी तरह जीवन की इच्छा नहीं आएगी, तब तक ये समस्या रहेगी, बीमारी किसी न किसी रूप में प्रवेश करेगी। आई हैव एक्चुअली सीन कि जीने की इच्छा इतनी अद्भुत होती है, शक्ति उसके अंदर। यही तो संजीवनी है जो हम कैरी करते हैं, जीवन जीने की इच्छा। और ये मेडिकल साइंस में रिकॉग्नाइज्ड है कि कौन से मरीज हैं जो क्रॉस ओवर कर जाते हैं, वही दवाइयाँ दी जाती हैं, सब कुछ वही, जिनके अंदर जीने की प्रबल इच्छा होती है। कई रोगों का हमारे यंग एज में या मिडिल एज में बॉडी सेल्स के ऊपर होता है। माने एक वर्ड यूज किया, डिफीटिस्ट एटीट्यूड। डिफीटिस्ट एटीट्यूड सेल्स के अंदर गया हुआ है। क्यों? क्योंकि उन्होंने पूरे जीवन स्ट्रगल देखा है। पूरे जीवन, एक जीवन नहीं, मैटर इवॉल्व भी करता है स्ट्रगल के साथ। तो जब स्ट्रगल देखा है किसी भी चीज़ ने, और उसने देखा है कि भाई सारे उपाय जो मैंने किए वो फेल हो गए, तो फिर आप उसको, ठीक है दवाई ले लेगा उसमें, लेकिन उसको जो डिफीटिस्ट एटीट्यूड का एक ही इलाज होता है। और इसलिए माता जी कहती हैं फेथ एंड ग्रेस, ग्रेस क्योर्स। यदि किसी तरह से उसके अंदर ये इंजेक्शन लग जाए, इंजेक्शन बहुत अच्छा वर्ड नहीं है, पेन से एसोसिएटेड है, इंस्टिल हो जाए फेथ इन द ग्रेस, कि ग्रेस के लिए कुछ भी असंभव नहीं है। तो ये कैसे इंस्टिल होगा? अगर डॉक्टर और नर्सेस के अंदर भी ये भाव रहेगा। कह देने से तो नहीं होगा, डॉक्टर कह रहा है लेकिन उसको खुद ही विश्वास नहीं है, तो वो ट्रांसमिट कैसे करेगा? तो कृपा में श्रद्धा ये तभी हम ये ट्रांसमिट की जाती है, ये चीज़ों को बोल के नहीं किया जाता है कि नहीं विश्वास रखो भगवान में, बैकग्राउंड में हम कह रहे हैं ऐसे तो मरने वाला है, ऐसे नहीं होती है बात। और श्रद्धा, कृपा में श्रद्धा मतलब बात केवल इस क्षण की नहीं है। तो ये एक कृपा में श्रद्धा होना, तो जब हम व्यक्ति की पीड़ा सुनते हैं, पीड़ा के पीछे एक इनर हियरिंग भी होती है जो हमको उसकी चेतना से संपर्क में आना चाहिए। और मरीज की चेतना से जब हम संपर्क में आते हैं तो बहुत कुछ रिवील होता है जो वो कहता नहीं है, और हम उस लेवल पर अपना वर्किंग हो सकती है। वो कह रहा है बाहर बाहर की चीज़ें, उसको कहने दीजिए, कोई बात नहीं है, परंतु कोई जो गुणी है वो उसके पीछे पकड़ लेता है। यही अंतर होता है। ये कला पहले थी क्योंकि दवाइयाँ कम थी। तो जैसे ये बात हुई ना कि जब जेब खाली थी तो दिल भरा था, और दिल ही एक माध्यम था एक्सप्रेस करने का। देखिए मैसेज तो अब आए हैं, पहले लोग कैसे एक्सप्रेस करते थे अपने हृदय के भाव। अब क्या है, पैसे आ गए हैं तो पैसों से ये गिफ्ट ले लो, पैसों से वो गिफ्ट ले लो। तो उससे क्या हुआ है, वो कई बार वो एक बाहरी दिखावा, आप बहुत ईजिली यू कैन बी फूल्ड। तो ये जो है एक हृदय का एक स्पंदन होता है जो मरीज जिसके प्रति बहुत सेंसिटिव होते हैं, और वो स्पंदन होता है प्रेम का। और यदि हृदय में आपके नहीं है तो नहीं है, आप इसको पैदा नहीं कर सकते हैं। कहने का अर्थ ये नहीं कि आप मरीज से प्रेम करने लगे, बहुत डेंजरस है वो चीज़। लेकिन मरीज के अंदर, आपके अंदर अगर प्रेम है तो वो खुद ही जाएगा। ये चीज़ें, इसलिए जब तक हम स्वयं अपने विकास में नहीं एंगेज होंगे ये सब थ्योरेटिकल रहेगा। एक क्लासरूम में पढ़ाई जाने वाली चीज़ नहीं है, लेकिन अनुभव गम्य है। इसको एजुकेशन में इनकॉर्पोरेट करके सेंसिटाइज किया जा सकता है कि प्रेम की शक्ति क्या है। प्रेम की वो शक्ति, अब सावित्री तो पूरी प्रेम की शक्ति जो मृत्यु पर विजय पा सकती है, साधारण मानवीय प्रेम नहीं है। आमतौर पर सब लोग कहते हैं लेकिन हम तो प्रेम करते थे, वो चले गए। आप प्रेम व्यक्ति से बिल्कुल नहीं करते थे। सुनने में बहुत ऑड लगेगा, लेकिन आप केवल उससे आपको जो लाभ हो रहा था उससे प्रेम करते थे। वो प्रेम नहीं है, स्वार्थ है। कोई चला जाता है तो दुख होता है, किस लिए दुख होता है? क्योंकि वो तो हैप्पीली जा रहा अपनी जर्नी पर, आपको उससे क्या मिलता था, रिसीव होता था। यू वर ऑलवेज ए रिसीवर, नेवर ए गिवर। इसीलिए डॉक्टर और नर्सिंग प्रोफेशन एक ऐसा प्रोफेशन है जिसमें तो केवल गिवर यदि व्यक्ति है तो उसको जाना चाहिए, जिसमें देने का भाव है। दे हैव टू बी गिवर्स, ये आपका जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन है। और साथ में करुणा, मानव जीवन में जो समस्याएं होती हैं, कंपैशन हील्स, ग्रेस हील्स, लव हील्स, फेथ हील्स। तो ये कैसे डेवलप करेंगे क्लासरूम में? तो ये बचपन से एजुकेशन में अगर स्टोरीज इनकॉर्पोरेटेड हैं, जैसे हम लोगों के अंदर ये भाव गए, क्यों गए? क्योंकि हम लोगों ने रामायण पढ़ी, महाभारत पढ़ी। अब ये चीज़ों को सेकुलर मान लिया, रिलीजियस मान के सब, बिल्कुल ये पूरा एक कमर्शियल नेट बन गया है। तो वो तो टूटेगा, बहुत बुरी तरह टूटेगा। और कुछ लोग हैं जो इसमें फिर भी खुले हुए हैं, वो आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। तो मुख्य चीज़ ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ मैं कि यदि ह्यूमन नेचर, ह्यूमन बीइंग्स स्वयं ही इवॉल्व नहीं करेंगे स्पिरिचुअल इवोल्यूशन की तरफ, तो आप कितनी भी टेक्निक, एजुकेशन, मेथड्स अप्लाई कर लीजिए, इट वोंट वर्क। माता जी एक जगह लिखती हैं वॉल्यूम 2 में कि बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल आप क्या दे सकते हो इस संसार के लिए। तो माँ कहती है आज के समय जहाँ हर चीज़ पैसों पर तोली जाती है, ऐसे लोग जो पैसों को किनारे में रख के केवल उस प्रेम के लिए संसार में विचरण करते हैं, उसी प्रेम के लिए अपने ज्ञान को बांटते हैं, प्रेम के लिए सबकी सहायता करते हैं, ये एग्जाम्पल संसार में रखने की जरूरत है। क्या डॉक्टर ऐसा करते हैं? डॉक्टर तो क्या, आप मेडिटेशन के कोर्सेज लेते हैं, लोग पैसे लेके सिखाते हैं। भगवान के ऊपर लेक्चर होते हैं, कथाएं होती हैं, पैसे लेके होती हैं। तो कहाँ, ये कौन सी कथा है? ये तो पूरा एक ढांचा ही, इट्स बिकम अ रॉट। वो रॉट सब जगह चला गया है। इसलिए माता जी ने ड्रीम, स्वप्न देखा था यहाँ के लिए। माँ कहती हैं कि एक ऐसी जगह जहाँ मनी इज नॉट द लॉर्ड। पैसा है, पैसे की जगह है, ये नहीं कि पैसे का स्थान नहीं है जीवन में, है। बाहरी जीवन के लिए पैसे का स्थान है। आप यात्रा करते हैं, भोजन लेते हैं, ये सब पैसे चाहिए, लेकिन पैसे को लॉर्ड बना देना, किस लिए आप काम कर रहे हैं, डॉक्टर कहाँ पे ज़्यादा अर्निंग हो रही मेरी, कौन से टेस्ट कराऊं जिससे, ये तो पूरा का पूरा हैज टू कोलैप्स। ये पैकेज होता है, ये हर एक चीज़, ये ऐसे नहीं होता कि हम ये वाला पार्ट ले आएंगे बाकी सब रखेंगे। और ये तभी हो सकता है यदि स्पिरिचुअल इवोल्यूशन हो। एक मरीज, एक छोटी सी चीज़ मैं कहना चाहूँगा, शायद ये विषय तो बहुत बड़ा है, तो आई एम जस्ट टचिंग ऑन सम एस्पेक्ट्स। दो चीज़ें, एक तो ये कि एक और इंद्रिय होती है जिसका हम उपयोग नहीं करते हुए, टच। स्पर्श एक ऐसा माध्यम है जिससे बहुत कुछ कम्युनिकेट किया जा सकता है, लेकिन हम नहीं करते हैं। हीलिंग टच जिसको कहते हैं, लिटरली वर्ड है हीलिंग टच। टच के माध्यम से बहुत कुछ, कई बार विदाउट इवन टच, मुद्रा आपकी, अब देखिए अभय मुद्रा होती है, भगवान क्या करते हैं, हाथ उठा के रखते हैं, आपको ये महसूस होता है कि वो मुझे दे रहे हैं। तो टच का अपना अपना, डॉक्टर तो दे हैव टू टच ए पेशेंट। कई मरीज हैं जिनको आप पल्स भी लोगे तो टच करोगे, टच में आप क्या ट्रांसमिट करोगे, यानी पूरा अचेतन जीवन है, इसको सचेतन जीवन होना है, इससे बिग कॉलिंग। और दूसरी चीज़ की ये चीज़ें आप इनकॉर्पोरेट बाहर से नहीं कर सकते हैं, इसको एक स्पिरिचुअल इवोल्यूशन के रूप में ले करके एक पैकेज है कि हमको पूरा का पूरा विकास की ओर जाना है, हाफ हार्टेड अटेम्प्ट से नहीं होता है। तो ये हैं कुछ विचार मेडिकल एजुकेशन के अंदर परिवर्तन लाने के। मैं इसमें नहीं जा रहा हूँ कि स्पिरिचुअल एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ हीलिंग, साइकोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ हीलिंग, वो सब मालूम है, इस पर कई बातें हुई हैं, लेकिन आप इसको लाएंगे कैसे? जो देने वाले हैं हीलिंग में पैकेज, जो मरीज की खुद के अंदर हीलिंग एनर्जीज कैसे एक्टिवेट होंगी, विल टू लिव, फेथ कैसे जागृत करेंगे, जो डॉक्टर है और जो नर्सेज हैं उनके अंदर वो कौन सी विधा कैसे डेवलप करेगी ताकि ये चीज़ें जो व्यक्ति के अंदर एक पॉजिटिव साइकोलॉजिकल एटमॉस्फेयर बना सके, कैसे आएंगी? तभी आएंगी जब वो लोग स्वयं इस चेतना में जी रहे हैं। और यदि वो नहीं जी रहे हैं तो ये मुंह से तो बोल के नहीं आती हैं, आप किसी को कितना भी बोल दीजिए, और बल्कि अगर आपके अंदर ही ये चीज़ें नहीं हैं स्थापित तो उल्टा असर पड़ेगा। और फिर तीसरी जो फैक्टर है वो घर परिवार, उसमें एटमॉस्फेयर कैसा होना चाहिए, उसके अंदर चाहे वो संगीत के द्वारा, लोगों के विचार के द्वारा। ऐसा लगता है कई बार मैं तो मिलता हूँ, मुझे दुख भी होता है भारतवर्ष में इतना ज्ञान देख के, रोना शुरू हो जाता है। इवन फुल्ली मैं कह रहा हूँ, उनकी जो 75 के ऊपर ये लिव्ड योर लाइफ, वो ऐसा मायूस, ऐसा डिप्रेशन कि मानो यमराज दरवाजे पर आके उनका कह रहे भैया दरवाज़ा खोलो, और आपको लग रहा है ऐसा नहीं है। बल्कि अगर आप पता चले कि टर्मिनल इलनेस है तो देखा जाए तो आपको अवसर मिला है कि आप अपने जो समय है इसको कितना एक्सेलरेट कर सकते हो अपने इवोल्यूशन के लिए, क्योंकि वो एक कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड मोमेंट है। कम से कम कहते हैं ना, अब तो स्मरण कर लो, और क्या लेके जाओगे? अब तो स्मरण कर लो, एटलीस्ट यू हैव अ टाइम। आपको बता दिया गया, देखो भाई यमराज जी के पोस्टमैन ऐसे तो कब से आने लगते हैं। अंत में कहते भाई देखो अब ये बीमारी होगी, डॉक्टर ने भी गिव अप कर दिया है, नहीं हम और बड़े डॉक्टर को दिखाएंगे नहीं, ये पूरा जो सिस्टम है वेंटिलेटर पे डाल देंगे। होना ये चाहिए कि ठीक है, अगर हमारे पास 1 महीने 2 महीने बचे दिए हैं, 2 महीने में तो इंसान ना जाने कितना काफ़ी है। क्यों? वो उनके पहले जाना चाहती थी, उन्होंने अपना सारा जब तब सब करके हाउस वाइंड अप किया, सब बराबर बहन भाई में एकदम एब्सोल्युटली विदाउट एनी। उसके बाद वो लग गई अपना, उनकी अपनी स्वास्थ्य बिगड़ता चला गया है। पिताजी के जाने के ठीक 2 महीने पहले माता जी का नाम स्मरण करते हुए मेरा हाथ उनके सिर पे, यहाँ विड्रॉ करो अपने आप, दैट्स हाउ इट शुड बी। ये भयभीत होकर के सारा भय को हटाना है सबसे बड़ी बीमारी। माने का फियर इज द मेन एली ऑफ डेथ, एली ऑफ फॉल्सहुड, डेथ। तो ये बहुत बड़ा एक विषय है, परंतु कम से कम हम एक मानवीय टच लाएं, मेरा ये मानना है जहाँ पैसा है वहाँ मनुष्य नहीं है, जहाँ पैसा प्रधान है। पैसा होगा, लेकिन जहाँ पैसा प्रधान हो गया है, और खास कर ये कॉरपोरेट हॉस्पिटल, इवन गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल, सैलरी के लिए, जहाँ पैसे कमाने के लिए व्यक्ति कर रहा है वहाँ धंधा है, हीलिंग नहीं है। पर कौन ऐसे डॉक्टर होंगे, कुछ को मैं जानता हूँ जो अब नहीं है। एक समय के एक ऐसे डॉक्टर को भी मैं जानता हूँ जिन्होंने कभी पैसा नहीं लिया, सारा पैसा अगर कोई दे जाता था तो सब लगा देते थे पुण्य कार्य में। उनकी वाइफ जो थी वो एजुकेशन पढ़ा करके घर का गुजारा करती थी। और वो एक समय था जब लोगों के अंदर ये त्याग तपस्या की भावना होती थी, और अब हम उसमें नहीं जा सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो कालखंड का एक अलग, वो एक पीक था, एक पुरातन युग का एक पीक है। लेकिन जब कलियुग विरजनम होता है तो वो पीक भी चली जाती है, क्योंकि अब जो आएगा उसके आगे आएगा। तो ये एक अवसर है हम सबको स्पिरिचुअली इवॉल्व करने का। और ईश्वर के एक छोटा सा एक उदाहरण, हमारे डेजरे में सब वृद्ध अवस्था के, वृद्ध आश्रम है एक तरह से। तो एक मरीज है, बीच बीच में पूछता रहता है, लाइलाज बीमारियां हैं कई, तो कहता है सर यूथेनेसिया। तो मुझे यूथेनेसिया होती है कि मुझे मार डालो किसी भी तरह से। तो मैं कहता देखो, यू का मतलब है गुड और थैनेटोस मतलब डेथ। तो गुड डेथ तो वही होती है कि भगवान के नाम का स्मरण करते हुए जाओ। तो अब देखो तुमको ये लगता है शरीर तुम्हारा आसक्त है, सब कुछ है, सावित्री पढ़ सकते हो? बोला हाँ। मैंने कहा बस 500 बार पढ़ लो, उसके बाद हम बात करेंगे। प्रणाम करके स्माइल करता है कि भाई सावित्री पढ़ सकते हो, भगवान का नाम ले सकते हो, दवाइयां दी जा रही हैं जो दी जा रही हैं। तो ये एक अद्भुत एक तरीका है, मौत के परे, मृत्यु से भय, ये कहाँ भारत भूमि में। तो ये सब कुछ विचार हैं, इट्स नॉट ए टॉक, क्योंकि 15-20 मिनट में आई कैन ओनली प्रेजेंट सम कोर थिंग्स। बाकी मेरा ये मानना है कि ये चीज़ें डिस्कशन फॉर्मल एजुकेशन से नहीं आएंगी। मेरा ये मानना है कि केवल और केवल श्री अरविंद ने जो स्पिरिचुअल इवोल्यूशन की बात की है, उससे जो लोग एंगेज करेंगे उन्हीं के अंदर ये चीज़ें आएंगी। बाकी कहने को तो बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन सत्य यह है कि अगर हम में से एक व्यक्ति भी एंगेज करेगा सीरियसली स्पिरिचुअल इवोल्यूशन की ओर, तब ये ऑटोमेटिकली उसके अंदर ये चीज़ें डेवलप होंगी। वो एक ट्रू हीलर बनेगा, डॉक्टर हो, नर्स हो, घर में परिवार में कोई सदस्य हो, और वही दिशा।
Rejoin to coalesce in a melting pot of relation to reinvent by combining man and nature. A gateway has opened, leaving to be highest purpose of scholastic, namely the leading to the unification of science and humanities. Now, this figure, as it shows that there is a top-down that these microbes majorly impact the cognitive function as well as fundamental behavior patterns such as social interaction and also stress management. Stress is a big factor which is controlled by the microbiome. Studies have clearly demonstrated that the microbial presence in the gut is critical to the development of an appropriate stress response later in day-to-day activities. There is a narrow window in early life where colonization. This is just a diagrammatic or a representation of the gut microbiota axis in the next step, where microbiomes and autism spectrum disorders, which are neurodevelopmental disorders defined by deficits in social interaction patterns, health, lifestyle, and behavior, in human subjects. Just an example to show how these studies are being planned to be carried out or are being carried out in certain areas. The physiological homeostasis is attained during typical brain functioning, and it is a result of the interactions between the brain and the gut microbiota. And as I've already told you, that the dysbiosis, the changes in the microbes, slowly a case is being built to suggest, told by Eric Kendall, Nobel Prize winner for brain functions, as well as than this hard limited human day. The body's tissue, thrill apotheosized in its cells, sustain bright metamorphosis.
Dr. Reba Kanungo got microbes and consciousness. आम समस्ते जानी आम गट भितर सब बेले कि बैक्टेरिया रही केते गुड बैक्टेरिया केते बैड बैक्टेरिया दैट कॉजिंग द डिजीज हाउ in our medical science we are only taught that diseases are caused by only these bacteria or these microbes, whether bacteria or virus or fungus. But that is there, in that line we are treating. But there are some good bacteria, they are helping us, they are protecting us. So only medicine is not the to treat the bacterial disease, also some consciousness. If you will go to a higher consciousness, we are now in mental state, if you will go to a higher mental state or a illumined state or intrusive state or overmind. When you will achieve overmind, you will not have any disease, although the microbes are present. So we have to change our consciousness first to prevent ourselves from disease and curing the disease. Also we induce in the community this aspect that when the consciousness should be high, and also have faith in God or faith in grace of the Supreme, which is the most important. We should be fearless, we should be peaceful, we should be harmonious, so that we cannot be affected by these microbes. Dr. Alok Pandey, who told about the nursing, is the most essential part of this our curriculum. Merely we will not, mechanically the nurses should not take care of the patient. They should have assurance, they should have a healing touch and other aspects, so that the patient can be healed without any sequelae. Thank you.
धन्यवाद सर. वर्तमान होमियोपैथिक डाक्तर हिसाब रे मु कहवा चाहिए कि माइक्रोब्स विषय रे मास्टर हैनीमैन कॉन्सेप्ट कौन थिला ना होमियोपैथिक साइंस रो फंडामेंटल कॉन्सेप्ट्स को जदि आमे देखिबा ताहले कौनसी माइक्रोब्स वायरस बैक्टीरिया और पैरासाइट्स आर नॉट द रियल कॉज ऑफ डिजीज. So they are the materiaficans, they are the material cause of disease. हानिमैनियन कॉन्सेप्ट अनुसार आमर कॉज ऑफ डिजीज को तीन भाग विभक्त करा जाइछि, सोरा, साइकोसिस एंड सिफिलिस. ताहाको मायाजम बोली आमे कहि थाउ. मायाजम इज द ऑब्नॉक्सियस मैटर व्हिच अफेक्ट्स द बॉडी एज ए होल and deranges the vital force. A vital force is the sole authority to regulate harmony inside the body. तेणु जिते बड़े vital force deranged हुए by any miasm, तापरे ही गोटे भाइरस और बैक्टीरिया और पैरासाइट आम भितर को पशिबा पई पशिपारे एवं आमको अफेक्ट मध्य करि पारे. आमे देखि परिबा कोविड हैला बेले समस्त प्राय अफेक्टेड हिथिले, किंतु समस्त भितर मैनिफेस्टेशंस एते सिवियरिटी नथिला. कहीं ना आ पछरे आमे देखिपर जे ससेप्टेबिलिटी और रेजिस्टेंस बोले जिनस अच्छी. तेणु ससेप्टेबिलिटी कौटू आसे, दैट इज ड्यू टू द मायाजम्स. Miasms when derange the body, derange the vital force, then our susceptibility increases. Jete परिमाण रे derangement होता है सेते intensity रे susceptibility बढ़ी जाए. So original cause केबे हेले भी हेई पारेनी microbes according to Hahnemannian concept. तेणु जदि आमे susceptibility को कम रखी परिबा आउ resistance अधिका करी परिबा केमती ना by the totality of the symptoms treating man as a whole संपूर्ण होलिस्टिक कॉन्सेप्ट को जदि आमे जिबा मैन एज ए होल होम्योपैथिक कॉन्सेप्ट रे ट्रीटमेंट करा जाए नॉट एनी डिजीज सो वी ट्रीट द पेशेंट एज ए होल आ तार प्रोसीड्योर को जदि आमे देखिबा ताहले सेथि पई आमे लोकटीर पर्सनालिटी स्टडी करि थाउ पर्सनालिटी स्टडी साइको एनालिसिस केमती से आसी बसिले केमती अप्रोच कले केमती चालुचंती थॉट प्रोसेस केमती तांकर कथा कहिबार शैली केमती तांकर लाइफ सिचुएशन केमती आसिला ये सब को जदि आमे एनालिसिस करिबा ताहले तांकर मैनिफेस्टेशंस हमको मायजम को मायजम रो बोली जणा पड़ी जिवो सोरा कि साइकोसिस कि सिफिलिस जोटा आमे भगवत गीतार त्रिगुण सत्वरजतम सहित मध्य आमे कंपेयर करि परिबा ये मायजम यूजुअली बापा माँ को पाखरु इनहेरिट होइकि पिला पाखु को आस्थाई पारे और बापा माँ जदि सुस्थ थांती शारीरिक मानसिक स्तर रे ताहले एनवायरनमेंट रु मध्य ये मायजम आम शरीर ह्यूमन बॉडी को आसी थाई पारे तेणु जेतेबेले जणे अफेक्टेड होउचंती से भाइरस बैक्टेरिया अफेक्ट करबा पूर्वरु से ऑलरेडी अफेक्टेड हेई सारी चंती तेणु से जेउ अनुसार अफेक्टेड हेइचंती जदि आमे ट्रीटमेंट करि परिबा ताहले आमे रोग को संपूर्ण भाव में निराकरण शरीर रु करि परिबा से आमको होलिस्टिक अप्रोच जरूरी दरकार थाए इन केस ऑफ होम्योपैथिक अप्रोच तेणु वर्तमान होलिस्टिक नर्सिंग भी सार कहले बहुत सुंदर भाव में कहले तेणु से आमे तो निश्चित भाव में आम भितर गोटे फीलिंग्स रहिबा दरकार एटीट्यूड रहिबा दरकार टू ट्रीट माने जेतेबेले आमे ट्रीटमेंट करूचे सेतेबेले आमे संपूर्ण केयर तांकर मानसिक तांकर शारीरिक तांकर सामाजिक केयर को मध्य आमको दृष्टि रखिकी चिकित्सा करने को पड़े एज ए होम्योपैथिक डाक्तर मु कहबी तेणु संपूर्ण रोगर से आम निराकरण करूँ थैंक यू एट लास्ट आई विल थैंक माय गुरुमा प्रोफेसर श्यामा कानूनगो एंड ऑल द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ऑफ श्री अरविंदो मेडिकल एसोसिएशन फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी ये हाई इंटेलेक्चुअल सामने मत कहवा को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली मु समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जनाऊँ वर्तमान डॉक्टर द्युमन
करुणा महिमा परम प्रभु श्री अरविंदो छोट किंतु बहुत सुंदर सेशन बोधे यही सेशनटा डॉक्टर आलोक पांडे डॉक्टर रेवो कानून सेशन गुड़ाक अति कम घंटे 2 घंटार सेशन हवा कथा डॉक्टर आलोक पांडे तो गोटे उच्चतर स्तर को नहीं जाते टॉक रे आमको बहुत सुंदर सेशन माने डॉक्टर रेवा कानून सेशन माइक्रोब्स एंड कॉन्शियसनेस प्रकृत में मेडिकल साइंस अनुसार माइक्रोब्स माने ही आमर सबू कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज गुड़ाक मैक्सिमम कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज गुड़ाक करुँच किंतु प्रकृत में माइक्रोब्स मान भीतर थी कॉन्शियसनेस से कौ कॉन्शियसनेस ताकू कंट्रोल करुँची जदि माने निम्न मैक्सिमम निम्न कॉन्शियसनेस सब माइक्रोब्स मान कंट्रोल करती जहाँफल आमको रोग हुए से ही माइक्रोब्स मान को आम जो होम्योपैथी मैडम जोड़ा कहते आम ताको पोटेंटाइज करके से ही माइक्रोब्स मान को जब मेडिसिन उपर आम प्रयोग करवा ताले से ही रोग को से माइक्रोब्स भल करुँची आ गोटे है आम से माइक्रोब्स को आम कौ कॉन्शियसनेस रे मनीष ग्रहण करुँची जदि उच्चतर कॉन्शियसनेस रे मनीष रोचे ताहले से माइक्रोब्स माने मध्य मनीष को एफेक्ट करि परिबेनी आम जदि भयर थिबा कोविड है समय भय मैक्सिमम लोक रोग रे आक्रांत करिछि किंबा मारिछि प्रकृत में जो उच्चतर स्तर रे थिबा उच्चतर कॉन्शियसनेस रे थिबा सेही रोग हमको आक्रांत करि परिबनी बहुत सुंदर सेशन डॉक्टर रेवाकनकर तबे डॉक्टर आलोक पांडे जो कहले प्रकृत में आमर ट्रीटमेंट केमते हवा कथा होलिस्टिक नर्सिंग केमते हवा कथा भल पाइबा जोटा आजिकल पूरा एक्चुअली दुनिया उड़ी गलानी प्रकृत भल पाइबा दुनिया रे नाही कहले चले समस्ते स्वार्थपर आम कौन नवा से ही सब चाहूँ दबाटा केतबेले शिखिनु आम यहीटा ही शिखा कथा तांको टॉक रु तापरे टच जोटा सकाळे कहते आमर डॉक्टर योगेश मोहन माने टच बहुत रोग को हिल कर दे पारे प्रकृत ये सेशन गुड़ाक आहरी अधिक समय रहा कथा जहाँ माने आमको गोटे उच्चतर स्तर को नहीं पार समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सुंदर भाव पेशेंसली शुणी मैडम को धन्यवाद डॉक्टर धनेश्वर सर को धन्यवाद, माई को धन्यवाद, आ समस्त ऑडियंस समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। शेष में माँ को पाखे कृतज्ञता।
Thank you, ma'am and sir. I request Prasad Tripathi sir to kindly felicitate our chairpersons for this session. I request Prasad Tripathi sir to kindly felicitate our chairpersons. After those enlightening messages, we'll now move on to our plenary sessions. For our first plenary session, I invite our chairpersons, Dr. Pratap Chandra Rath, Senior Dermatologist, Dr. Prashant K. Nanda, District Convener, Sama Cuttack, Dr. Sindhu Nandini Tripathi, Senior Obstetrician. I request these chairpersons to kindly grace the dais. I invite our speaker for this session, Dr. Nityananda Swami sir, who needs no introduction. The topic that he'll be speaking on is secrets of delivering a medical subject effectively. I invite Nityananda sir to kindly grace the audience with his talk. I request our chairpersons to introduce our speaker.
नित्यानंद सर विषय किसी कहवा दरकार ना सी होती आमर मातृप्रेमी मातृभक्त माँ जड़े विशिष्ट प्रेमी तेणु सी सब बेले माँ विषय गवेषणा आलोचना ये विषय से कहती तेणु माँ विषय जी ज्ञान जी से विषय से जड़ित आम ठूँ बहुत शिक्षा अच्छी से जड़े उच्च कोटीर व्यक्ति तांकर माँ को समर्पित विषय से एते संपृक्त तेणु तांको ठुर आमर से शिक्षा उचित आमे तांको पाखरे से आज आम गहन थी आमको ये विषय कहे तेणु तांको आमे आम समस्त तरफ मु धन्यवाद दूँ।
बहुत धन्यवाद। जे माँ कही आम भितर अधिकांश व्यक्ति अधिकांश समय असुस्थ तेणु आमे बोधे समस्ते असुस्थ नहीं अच्छी जदि समस्ते असुस्थ प्रतिकार कौन प्रतिकार जो आज जो दी दिन आलोचना सेटा ही प्रतिकार से ही कहते कौन कहते जदि कहीं भगवत शक्ति उपरे आस्था स्थापन करी तार प्रयोग विधि जानी निए ताले एपरी कौन से असुस्थता नहीं जहाँ को आरोग्य करा जाई पारिबनी तेणु यही जो दी दिन आलोचना ये तार संक्षिप्त सार होची या भगवत शक्ति उपर आस्था स्थापन कले एमती कौन सी असुस्थता नहीं जहाँ को आरोग्य करा जाई पारिबनी मते कहा जाइछि जे मु गोटे परिवेशन करी कौन परिवेशन करी ना कौन कौन परिवेशन करी ओहो गोटे मेडिकल सब्जेक्टा ताको केमिति भल भाव परिवेशन करी हबो। अच्छा परिवेशन शब्दटा तो बुझेबार आवश्यकता नहीं परशिव तेणु परशिव दी प्रकार गोटाए होची कहिबारे परशिव आ गोटा होची लेखारे परशिव तेणु वर्तमान परिवेशन केमिति करा जिवो देखा जाओ लेखिबा कामटा कौन एत सहज जड़े ताको ना होची जेनसी रैनसम मत 5 मिनट थी कहीदेवे जे सरला तुम बंद कर दियो जे ताको ना होची जेनसी रैनसम से कहते ईश्वर हे कृपा कर सही पापीटी रे न खाई न पी जी लेखा लेखी करे जाने नहीं सुआद झोलर चिन्हे नहीं परिबा पतर होटेल रो खाद्यशाला रही अमड़ा थाली थालिया गिलास जापाई अलोड़ा पेटर डाकरा जी शुणी पारे नहीं झाड़ा और परिस्रा जार जाए भूली हुई ईश्वर है कृपा कर नहीं आ गोटे अच्छी कमा पूर्ण छेद स्वर ओ व्यंजन वर्ण यही मानक गहणे बिताए जीवन ईश्वर है कृपा कर सही पापीटी रे राति रे न सोई जी लेखा लेखी करे तेणु एतक शुणी सारला परे आउ लेखक हेबे कि आपण जदि आपण याकू खातिर न करी लेखक हेबे ताले जड़े मु गवेषण कहूँ कहते ये लेखक माने अस्थिर चित्त, अवसादग्रस्त, आत्महत्या प्रवण, विकृत व्यक्तित्व, वैवाहिक जीवन में असुखी एवं मदिरासक्त, ये हूँ लेखक मान चरित्र। लेखक हेबे कि जदि याकू न मानी लेखक हवाकू जीवे ताहले आउ जन गवेषणा जी कविता लेखती हाराहारी बंचती 62 वर्ष, जी नाटक लेखती हाराहारी बंचती 63 वर्ष, आउ जो माने विज्ञान कारबार स्वास्थ्य विज्ञान हो कि जेकोसी विज्ञान हो तार कारबार करती से बंचती हाराहारी भाव में 68 वर्ष। अच्छा आपण जदि बर्तमान लेखालेखी करने को जीवे ता अर्थ यही जना पड़ुचे जे तमर आयु काल कमिजिव। भारत रे डाक्तर मानक आयु काल जदि डाक्तर न होई थांते आउरी 10 रु 13 वर्ष अधिका बंची थांते। डाक्तर हबारु तांका आयु काल 10 रु 13 वर्ष कमी जाउची। जदि या सत्य भी आपण तादरे जोड़िबे मु लेखालेखी करी ताले आयु कालर अवस्था सहजरे अनुमेय। अच्छा लेखिबे कौन करेंगे लेखिकी गोटे बही छपेबे। बही छपेबार भाग्य कौन ता मध्य आलोचना होइछि। ताकू जने ताका ना विनय घोष। विनय घोष कलिकता रे गोटे अनुध्यान करिसेंती फुटपाथ को जाई एवं केमिति करचंती के जानी ता बहीटा ना होची फुटपाथर बही। से कहते जे कविता लेखालेखी करुचंती लोकटी कविता बहीटी किणिला गोटाए सप्ताह भितर से पुराणा बही दुकान रे हाजर फुटपाथ रे। कविता नाटक एमती कहार गोटाए सप्ताह कहार 2टा सप्ताह आउ जो माने स्वास्थ्य विषय विज्ञान विषय लेखालेखी करेंगे आयु काल हूँ 3 मास। जड़े पाठक से बहीटा को किणिला 3 मास भितर से बही तार जाकि फुटपाथ रे हाजर। तेणु तो लेखालेखी करेंगे कि ना याकू जदि न मानिबे ताले शुणु कौन कहते पेटे हामिल। पेटे हामिल कहते लेखालेखी होची दुनियार कठिनतम कार्य। जड़े जाए पहुँचला लुईसा आलकट पाखे। लुईसा आलकट जन औपन्यासिका कहला मैडम मु लेखालेखी करने को चाहूँ ना रे बाबू तो द्वारा कौन ये दुनिया रे आ कौन सी काम हो पारिबनी। एपरिकी मजूरी लागिबा काम मध्य जदि तो द्वारा मजूरी लागिबा काम भी हो पारिबनी ताहले ये लेखालेखी काम रे हाथ दे। तेणु आपण ता भितर पसंतु नहीं। जदि पशिबे कौन कौन करिवे। मु जेतेबेले विज्ञान शब्द कहूची आपण ता पूर्व स्वास्थ्य मध्य लगेदेवे। तेणु विज्ञान और स्वास्थ्य विज्ञान ये 2टा जाक को मु मिसेइकरी कहूँ। आपणकर दायित्व हब विज्ञान निरक्षर को विज्ञान साक्षर करेबे। जी स्वास्थ्य विषय विशेष किसी जानी नांती तांको आपण स्वास्थ्य विषय जणेबे। अच्छा साक्षर करेबे कहीं करेबे ना यह एक विज्ञान आ जानिबा एक सांस्कृतिक आवश्यकता। आउ जने कहले जे ये विषय रे अज्ञता एक अक्षमणीय अपराध। आउ जने कहले जे तमे देख कल कारखानार श्रमिक कृषि क्षेत्र कृषक एवं प्रत्येक परिवार प्रत्येक सदस्य से निकट में विज्ञान ज्ञान को लेकर पहुँचा पड़ो। अच्छा तांको ना होची जॉर्ज पोटर। जॉर्ज पोटर केमिस्ट्री नोबेल प्राइज पाइछन्ती। से दीटा प्रश्न उत्थापन करिसन्ती, निजे तार उत्तर दैछन्ती। प्रश्न हला जो मानकू विज्ञान सुआदिया लागुनी तांकू कौन माड़ी बसी धरी विज्ञान गिलेइबा ठीक? उत्तर होची हाँ ठीक, से उत्तर निजे देइछन्ती। जो माने विज्ञानर ना शुणी पलैबा छाटीपिटी होउछन्ती तांकू घोषारी घोषारी 21 शताब्दीर विज्ञान भीतर को आनिबा ठीक कि? पुणी तांकर उत्तर होउची ठीक। तेणु आपण माने समस्ते ता स्वास्थ्य विज्ञान हो विज्ञान हो स्वास्थ्य विज्ञान हो विज्ञान का अंश मात्र। तेणु आपण माने समस्ते विज्ञान साक्षर हेबा पाई बाध्य, नइले आपण को घोषारी घोषारी ता भीतर को आनिया को पड़िबो। आपण काहेकि आपण डरुचंती विज्ञान को? विज्ञान को डरुचंती एइथि पाई जे सेति पाई विज्ञानी माने दायी। आपणकर प्रथम धारणा जे मु बुझी पारिबिने, काहेकि ना विज्ञान बुझीपा पाई मोर बेसिक ज्ञान आ बुद्धि दरकार। जो केतेटा विज्ञान लेखा आपण पढ़ी, जो विज्ञान लेखक माने कौन प्रॉब्लम कौन, जो विज्ञान लेखक माने एमितिया भाषा से सब खुंदी देइचंती जे आपण ताको पढ़िले आउ थरे ता भितर को पशिबा पय आपण मन करिबे। तेणु विज्ञान लेखा ही आपण को विज्ञान ठारू दूरेई नौची। आउ जे विज्ञानी मानकर आउ गोटे लक्षण होची सबु कथारे समालोचना करिबा एवं आपण को आपणक विज्ञान ज्ञान को परखिबा। यहीटा जानिन सेटा जानिन, ये सामान्य कथा जानिन, जदि एमती वैज्ञानिक माने यही प्रकारर आपण को खुणीबे आपण विज्ञान ठारू दूरे जावा को बाध्य हेबे। तापरे होची आम माने ये काल काल धरी केतेटा प्रथा चलणी को मानि आसीचे, से धीरे धीरे जीव। किंतु आपण जदि ताको सबु बेले समालोचना करिवे, तमे एइटा जोटा करछ भूल, सेइटा जोटा करछ भूल, सेइटा जोटा करछ ठीक नुह, एइया जदि करिवे ताले से लोक बिगड़ी जीव। तेणु विज्ञानर आउ पाख माड़बनी। आउ सबु कथारे गोटे वर्तमान अनेकंक तुंडेरे भगवान कौन से कौटी अछंती मते तांको देखाई दे पारिबो कि? ये मितिया गोटे समस्यार सम्मुखीन होइतला आइजाक न्यूटन। आइजाक न्यूटन को सांबादिक माने पचारले ईश्वर अछंती? आइजाक न्यूटन कहले मु जदि वर्तमान कहबी ईश्वर अछंती से मते कहबे प्रमाण, मु जदि कहबी ईश्वर नाहंती ये माने पुणी मते कहबे प्रमाण। तेणु से कहले देखंतु ईश्वर अछंती कि ना मु से विषय गवेषणा करूने, मु गवेषणा करुची प्रकृति रे आमे जो सब लीला खेला देखुचे ता पछरे कौन कारण अच्छी मु केवल से विषय गवेषणा करुची। तेणु मु ईश्वर अछंती कि ईश्वर नाहंती मु ता कहि परिबिने। आइनस्टाइन कहते धर्म बिना विज्ञान पंगु, विज्ञान बिना धर्म अंध। केही कही नांती जे एमती ईश्वर नाहंती, केही कही नांती। आउ जने रॉबर्ट मिलिकान फिजिक्स नोबेल प्राइज पाइछन्ती, से कहले देख विज्ञान आ आध्यात्मिकता ये होचंती जाला भौणी। जेबे विज्ञान आ आध्यात्मिकता दी जण एकाठी मिसी जिबे आउ परस्पर सह सौहार्द्य रखी आगेइबे ताहले असाधारण उत्तरण संभव हो पारिबो। तेणु येइथि पाई आमे सबु विज्ञान विज्ञान पाखु दूरे जाऊे। अच्छा आप विज्ञान ज्ञान क्या देवे? विज्ञान ज्ञान देवे समस्त को, पिला को देवे, आओ वयस्क व्यक्ति युवक युवती को देवे, प्रौढ़ प्रौढ़ को देवे, बुढ़ा बुढ़ी की देवे, निरक्षर को देवे, बा अपाठुआ को देवे, अधा पाठुआ को देवे, आउ बेसी पाठुआ को देवे। केमिति देवे ना जो ज्ञान वितरण करा जाए, ज्ञान वितरण होची तीन प्रकार। गोटाए ज्ञान होची ताको ज्ञान बोली शब्द मु व्यवहार करूची, से किंतु व्यवहार करछन्ति साक्षर। गोटाए होची कर्णमूलक साक्षरता, आउ गोटाए होची दृष्टिमूलक साक्षरता, आउ गोटाए होची कर्णमूलक और दृष्टिमूलक साक्षरता। अच्छा मु वर्तमान ठिया ही कहूची, आपण गोटे दुटा कथा जानले ओ आइनस्टाइन या कहितले, आपण यही जो तथ्यटी को ग्रहण कले या हूँ कर्णमूलक साक्षरता। आपण शुणिले एवं किसी ज्ञान अर्जन कले कर्णमूलक, से आपणकर पाठर माने एटा अपाठुआ आउ अति पाठुआ ये समस्त प्रযোज्य। आपण जिते रेडियो शुणुंट या हूँ एक कर्णमूलक साक्षरता। दृष्टिमूलक साक्षरता होची बहीटाए पढ़ुंट, पत्रिकाटाए पढ़ुंट, प्रतिदिन गोटे खबर कागज पढ़ुंट, ये हूँ दृष्टिमूलक साक्षरता, दृष्टि पढ़िक ज्ञान अर्जन। आउ गोटे हूँ कर्णमूलक एवं दृष्टिमूलक साक्षरता, जहाँ पूर्व अधिवेशन में आप देखुले वीडियो कर्ण शुणुले वो देखुले। तेणु कर्णमूलक एवं दृष्टिमूलक साक्षरता आमको या करिया को पड़िबो। कर्णमूलक साक्षरता, दृष्टिमूलक साक्षरता एवं उभय। अच्छा आपण जनसाधारण को कौ विषय रे कहिबे? जो विषय कहतु पछे, नीरस विषय बोली किछि नाही, नीरस लेखक हाथ बाजिले से नीरस हो जाए। तेणु नीरस सरस बोली विषय नाही, आपण ताकू केमिति परिवेषण करुचंती तारि ऊपर निर्भर करू। आउ जन नोबेल प्राइज पाई साहित्य अर्नेस्ट हेमिंग्वे, से कहले देखो लेखा लेखी कलारे गुरु नाहांती, केही गुरु हेई पारिबे नहीं, समस्ते अप्रेंटिस, समस्ते शिक्षानबीश। तेणु तमें जदि मन उणा करूथब सी गोटे भल लेखुची मु भल लेखि पारिबि नहीं ना, से तार लेखुची तमें तमर लेख, गुरु नहीं, समस्ते समस्ते शिक्षार्थी। तेणु कौ विषय आप लिखिबे, कौन लिखिबे? लिखिबे स्वास्थ्य विषय रे सांप्रतिक घटनावली। कहीं ना सांप्रतिक घटनावली रे तार आग्रह बेसी। वर्तमान से शुणुची जे डेंगू लगी, शुणुची बा खबर कागज रे पढ़ुची स्क्रब टाइफस, खबर कागज रे पढ़ुची मंकी पॉक्स। तेणु ए सांप्रतिक घटनावली विषय देखंतु, से आग्रह प्रकाश करिवो से विषय जानिबा पाई। साधारण रोग व्याधि विषय लेखंतु, लेखंतु नहीं बही रे जहाँ लिखाई, तार काछुकुंडिया रोग सहित तार बीच सांगे, तार आजमा सांगे, साधारण रोग जॉन्डिस सांगे, एनीमिया सांगे, तार यही प्रकार संपर्क बेसी। तेणु आपण ताकू सेई प्रकार कथा कहतु। हृदरोग है जैसे हार्ट अटैक मरीगला से कथा कहतु। ताकू डायबिटीज समस्त घरद्वारी डायबिटीज कथा कहतु। ताकू कैंसर कथा कहतु। जो रोग व्याधि सहित से बारंबार से शब्द गुड़ाक शुणुची रोग विषय आपण ताकू सेई कथा कहतु। से कहतु तार प्रत्यक्ष भाव रे कौन काम आसूची, तार प्रत्यक्ष भाव रे काम आसूची खाद्य, द्वितीय हूँ व्यायाम। से कहते जड़े स्वास्थ्यटा तीन टा स्तंभ उपर रही। गोटाए हूँ କ'ଣ ସେଟା ଗୋଟାଏ ହେଉଛି ଖାଦ୍ୟ, ଆଉ ଗୋଟାଏ ହେଉଛି କ'ଣ ସେଟା କହିଲି ବ୍ୟାୟାମ, ତୃତୀୟ ହେଉଛି ନିଦ୍ରା। ଏଇ ତିନିଟା ସ୍ତମ୍ଭ ଉପରେ ସ୍ୱାସ୍ଥ୍ୟଟା ରହିଛି। ଆଉ ଜଣେ କହିଲେ ନାହିଁ, ନିଦ୍ରାଟା ହେଉଛି ଫାଉଣ୍ଡେସନ୍, ଭିତ୍ତି, ତା ଉପରେ କେବଳ ଦୁଇଟା ସ୍ତମ୍ଭ ଅଛି, ଗୋଟାଏ ହେଉଛି ଖାଦ୍ୟ ଆଉ ବ୍ୟାୟାମ। ତେଣୁ ଖାଦ୍ୟ, ବ୍ୟାୟାମ ଆଉ ନିଦ୍ରା ଏଇ ବିଷୟରେ ତାର ବେଶୀ ଆଗେ ତାକୁ ସେଇ କଥାଟା କହନ୍ତୁ, ପ୍ରତ୍ୟକ୍ଷ ଭାବରେ ତାର କାମରେ ଆସିବ। ତାପରେ ତା ବିବାଦୀୟ ବିଷୟ କହନ୍ତୁ, ଯେଉଁଥିରେ ତା ମନରେ ଗୋଟେ ସନ୍ଦେହ ଅଛି ସେଇ ବିଷୟରେ କହନ୍ତୁ। ସେ କହିବ ଯେ ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଛି ଏଇଆ, ଇଏ କ'ଣ କହୁଛନ୍ତି। ଅଲ୍ଟ୍ରାସାଉଣ୍ଡରେ ଯେଉଁ ପିଲାଟି ପେଟରେ ଅଛି ସେ ପୁଅ କି ଝିଅ, ଆପଣ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ସରକାରୀ ନିୟମ କେହି ପୁଅ କି ଝିଅ କୁହାଯାଇପାରିବନି ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ଇତ୍ୟାଦି କରା ଧରା ପଡ଼ୁଛନ୍ତି। ଆପଣ ସେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଇଏ ନିୟମ ରହିବା ଉଚିତ ନୁହଁ। ତାର ପୁଅ କି ଝିଅ ତା ବାପାକୁ କହି ଦିଆଯାଉ, ତା ବାପା ମାଆକୁ କହି ଦିଆଯାଉ। ଯେଉଁଟା ବୋଧେ ଡକ୍ଟର ଆଲୋକ ପାଣ୍ଡେ କହୁଥିଲେ, ୟୁଥାନେସିଆ କଥା କହୁଥିଲେ ଯେ ମୁଁ ମରିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି, ମୋତେ ଅନୁମତି ଦିଆଯାଉ। ଏ ହେଲା ୟୁଥାନେସିଆ। ମୁଁ ମରିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି, ମୋତେ ଅନୁମତି ଦେବେ, ସେଇଟା ମୋର, ଆପଣ କାହିଁକି ସେଥିରେ ଆପତ୍ତି ଉଠାଉଛନ୍ତି? ମୋ ପରିବାରର ସ୍ୱାର୍ଥ ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ମରିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି, ମୋ ପିଲାପିଲିଙ୍କ ସ୍ୱାର୍ଥ ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ମରିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି, ଡାକ୍ତରଖାନାର ସ୍ୱାର୍ଥ ପାଇଁ ବି ମୁଁ ମରିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି। କାହିଁକି ଏତେ ଦିନ ଧରି ଗୋଟେ କ୍ୟାବିନରେ ରହିଥିବି? ତେଣୁ ଆପଣ କାହିଁ ମନା କରୁଛନ୍ତି? ତେଣୁ ଏମିତି ବିବାଦୀୟ ବିଷୟ କହନ୍ତୁ, ସେ ସେଥିରେ ଆଗ୍ରହ ଦେଖାଇବ ପଢ଼ିବା ପାଇଁ। ତାକୁ ଅନ୍ଧବିଶ୍ୱାସ, କୁସଂସ୍କାର ବିଷୟରେ କହନ୍ତୁ। ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ସାପ କାମୁଡ଼ାରେ ଆପଣ ସାପ କାମୁଡ଼ା ତାକୁ ଆଗ ନେଇକିରି ତାକୁ ଝଡ଼ା ଫୁଙ୍କା ପାଣି ଢଳା ଏଇଆ ଚାଲିଛି। ଆପଣ ସେ ବିଷୟରେ କହନ୍ତୁ, ଅନ୍ଧବିଶ୍ୱାସ ଆଉ କୁସଂସ୍କାର ବିଷୟରେ ତାର ପ୍ରତ୍ୟକ୍ଷ ଭାବରେ ଉପକାର ହେବ। ତାକୁ କହନ୍ତୁ ବୈଜ୍ଞାନିକ ଆବିଷ୍କାର ଉଦ୍ଭାବନ। ଆଉ ଯେତେ ଆବିଷ୍କାର ଉଦ୍ଭାବନ କଥା ନ କହିବେ, ତାକୁ କହନ୍ତୁ ବୈଜ୍ଞାନିକର ସଫଳତା ଆଉ ବେଶୀ ବୈଜ୍ଞାନିକର ବିଫଳତା। ଜୀବନ ସାରା ଗବେଷଣା କରି କରି ବିଫଳ ହେଇଛି। ସେ କଥା କହିଲେ ଲୋକେ ଜାଣିବେ ଯେ ଗବେଷଣାଟା କ'ଣ ଏମିତିଆ ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ଯେ ଜଣଙ୍କର ସାରା ଜୀବନଟାକୁ ଉପଯୋଗ କରିକିରି ମଧ୍ୟ ତାକୁ ଫାଇଦା ମିଳିବନି। ତେଣୁ ବୈଜ୍ଞାନିକ ସଫଳତା ବିଷୟରେ କହନ୍ତୁ, ବିଫଳତା ବିଷୟରେ ବି କହନ୍ତୁ, ବେଶୀ କହନ୍ତୁ ବିଫଳତା ବିଷୟରେ, କାରଣ ଇଏ ହେଉଛି ଗପ। ଆପଣ ଏଇଟା କାହାଣୀ ହିସାବରେ କହିପାରିବେ, ସେ ଏଇଆ କଲା, କିଛି ପାଇଲାନି। ଆଉ ଯେତେବେଳେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ତ 365 ଦିନ ଯାକ, ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ 365 ଦିନ ବର୍ଷର ଅଭାବ ହେଲାଣି ଯେ ଅମକ ଦିବସ, ମଧୁମେହ ଦିବସ, ସେ ଆଲଜିମର ଦିବସ, ସେ ହୃଦରୋଗ ଦିବସ, ପାର୍କିନସନ୍ ଦିବସ, ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ 365 ଦିନ ଅଭାବ ହେଲାଣି ଦିବସରେ। ତେଣୁ ଆପଣ ଯେଉଁ ମାସରେ ଯେଉଁ ଦିବସଟି ପଡ଼ୁଛି, ସେଇ ଦିବସ ବିଷୟରେ ଯଦି ଗୋଟିଏ ଲେଖା କୌଣସି ଖବରକାଗଜ ହେଉ, ପତ୍ରପତ୍ରିକାରେ ପ୍ରକାଶ କରିବେ, ଲୋକେ ଆଗ୍ରହ ହେଇ ତାକୁ ଆଗ୍ରହାନ୍ୱିତ ହେଇକରି ତାକୁ ପଢ଼ିବେ। ତେଣୁ ଏଇଟା କରନ୍ତୁ। ଆଚ୍ଛା, ଆମର କ'ଣ କିଛି ଭଲ ଚଳଣି ନାହିଁ? ଆମ ସମାଜରେ ଆମେ ଯାହା ସବୁ ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରକାରର ପରିବାରକୁ ଆମ ପରିବାରରେ, ଆମ ସମାଜରେ କ'ଣ ଭଲ ଚଳଣି ନାହିଁ? ଆପଣ ସେ ଭଲ ଚଳଣିକୁ ପ୍ରଶଂସା କରି ଟିକେ ଲେଖନ୍ତେ, ଯଦି ଲେଖନ୍ତେ ସେମାନେ ଟିକେ ବେଶୀ ଆଗ୍ରହୀ ହୁଅନ୍ତେନି, ଖୁସି ହୁଅନ୍ତେନି। ଆରେ ଆମେ ଏଇ ଯେଉଁଟା କରୁଛୁ ତ ଭାରି ବଢ଼ିଆ ଜିନିଷ। ଆଉ ଗୋଟିଏ ଚଳଣି ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ, ସାଦ ଖିଆ। ଯେ ଏ ସାଦ ଖିଆଟା କାହିଁକି ଅଛି? ବାପ ଘରୁ ଆଉ ବନ୍ଧୁବାନ୍ଧବ କାହିଁକି ଗୋଟେ ସାଦ ପଠେଇବେ? କ'ଣ ତା ଫାଇଦା? ଆଚ୍ଛା, ଏ 8-9 ମାସ ବେଳକୁ ଅନ୍ନପ୍ରାଶନ କାହିଁକି କରିବ? ବିଜ୍ଞାନ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିରୁ ତାର ଫାଇଦା କ'ଣ? ବିଜ୍ଞାନ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ତାକୁ ଯୋଡ଼ି ହେବ କି? ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଯୋଡ଼ି ପାରିବେ, कहीपर अन्नप्राशन जिनटा खूब भल जिनस जे साद खियाटा खूब भल जिनस गाँ गहल जो जदि आप आस्ते आस्ते धीरे धीरे कमी जाऊँची जे संक्रांति पाली मासंत पाली पूर्णमी पाली पाली होकर एकाठी बसी गाँव ठाकुर पाखे एकाठी बसी खाऊले सामाजिक स्वास्थ्य शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य एवं मानसिक स्वास्थ्य जहाँ को आप होलिस्टिक बोली कहते से सबूक से होता से मंचरे शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य मानसिक भल टी खाया मिलूला परस्पर सहित कथबार्ता हाँक सुजोग मिलूला आ परस्पर सामाजिक संपर्क सुजोग मिलूला तेणु से थिला गोटे मंच होलिस्टिक हेल्थर मंच जोटा कि बर्तमान कमी जाऊँगी आम मृत्तिका कहीं पालन करुचे छुतिकिया कहीं पालन करुचे वैज्ञानिक विज्ञान दृष्टि ताहा ग्रहणीय कि आपण जदि जुक्ति देखे कहीपर ये प्रकृत ग्रहणीय जदि जुक्ति देखे कहीपर जे हाँ यह ग्रहणीय से ताकू धड़किने एक्सेप्ट कर आपण 11 दिन रे 11 दिन पालन करुचंती मृत्तिका 10 रु 11 दिन 15 दिन भितर अधिकांश संक्रामक रोगर ताकू इनक्यूबेशन पीरियड बोली डाक्तर माने कहती अधिकांश संक्रामक रोगर इनक्यूबेशन गुप्त काल जीवाणु केबे पशिला रोग केबे हैला यही समयटा जीवाणु भूताणु केबे देह भितर पशिले रोग केते केबे लक्षण प्रकाश पाइला तेणु यही हूँ मृत्तिका आम 11 दिन आम से 11 दिन पालन करुचे कहीं क्षीर हम कौन हम एगुड़ाक अति भल जिनस
सर टाइम हो गला
5 मिनट ना सरीगला नहीं 5 मिनट अच्छे ना सरीगला अच्छा हाँ ठीक अच्छे हाँ परिवेषण परिवेषण आपण जाऊँच चारिआड़ बुली बुलिकी परिबा पत्र इत्यादि देखुंट ये मन मानिला किणुंट तेणु आग होते संधान जोटू किणिले ताकू उद्धार कले से तथ्यटा तापर ताकू देखिले आपण रोसई घरे ताकू परीक्षा कर आज की तरकारी करी अनुशीलन तापर परिवेषण तेणु परिवेषण तथ्य परिवेषण पूर्वर संधान उद्धार अनुशीलन एवं परिवेषण एतक करिवे जेतेबेले लेखुचंती आ कहउचंती मन रखिबे प्रत्येक शब्द निजे जो निर्वाचन करिवे आ जो शब्द पाखरे जो शब्द को रखिबे ता जदि न करि परिबे आपन लेखा आपन भाषण वृथा तेणु आपण को हवा को पड़िबो शब्द स्थपति बा शब्द शिल्पी आर्किटेक्ट वर्डस्मिथ बोली ताकू कहा जाए तेणु आपण जदि वर्डस्मिथ न होई परिबे ताहले ताहले आपन लेखा आपन परिवेषण सब वृथा जीव तेणु कथित भाषा व्यवहार करंतु बड़ बड़ लोकंकर उद्धृति दियंतु आउ छोट करंतु लेखा को सुआदिया करंतु जमते मधुर लागिबो आउ जहाँ लिखिबे से जमती आमर कामेरे आसुथबो यही प्रकार करंतु देखिबे आपनकर लेखा और आपनकर भाषण ग्रहण हेबो। बहुत धन्यवाद बंधु। हाँ ठीक अच्छे
आपण मैंने समस्ते सार जहाँ आम एक्सपेक्ट करूँ से पाई सारी से जड़े बहुत भल स्पीकर ही हैज डेलीवर्ड द लेक्चर इन सच ए वे दैट टू द सब्जेक्ट जी जाइनी से पूरा सामग्रिक भाव में गोटे पर्यालोचना करदे से आमर आ कि कहार ना किंतु आमे सब्जेक्ट है आम पिला केमिति भल पढ़ेबा मेडिकल स्टूडेंट मानू केमिति भाव में भल पढ़ेबा तो आम जिते टीचर थिलु से 100टा पिला क्लास रे थिले मास्टर मान को बहुत सम्मान करुले पिन ड्रॉप साइलेंस रे थिले आमे पढ़े दे चली जाउथलु वर्तमान आपण माने इमेजिन करंतु 250 पिला गोटे क्लास रे अछंती एवं समस्त हाथ में गोटे गोटे बड़ जंत्र अच्छी स्मार्टफोन जहाँ आपण कहते ताकू से माने मॉनिटर करी चली तो टीचर टी कौन कर वर्तमान जे टीचर अच्छे से कौन कर प्रिपेयर 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 एंड प्रिपेयर माने से एतिकी पढ़ी करी आसीबो जे कोनोसी गूगल ताठू अधिका जानी न थिबो सेतिकी जदि से करि पारिबो ताहले से होची गोटे भल टीचर तापर तार सेकेंड है आजिकल ड्रेस कोड टीचर माने गोटे माने एमिति अवस्था रे क्लास को जाउचंती तांको रियली सम्मान देबा टिके डिफिकल्ट हे जाउछ तो सेमानकर गोटे ड्रेस कोड रहिबा निहाती दरकार तापर अनेक जिनिस अछि जहा भितरे मु कहिबा को चाहू नै नेक्स्ट कथा हला जे आपण माने पढ़ौचंती आ पिला माने ताकू ग्रहण करूचंती कि नै जानिबा को आपण गोटे सर्वे करिवे pamphlet करिवे आई वाज डूइंग इट after taking 2-3 classes I will give a pamphlet to my students few people will answer it what I am doing the mistake then only if you know that what you are doing the students are not liking then they will do it nicely एवं next coming to this health WHO फॉर्म हो गला तीनोटी माने स्टूल ऊपर सार जहाँ कहले तीनोटी स्टूल ऊपर फिजिकल सोशल मेंटल से रहिला तापर किछि दिन पर हमर डॉक्टर भीष्ट आसिले काली से श्यामा बहुत बढ़िया भाव में तांका विषय कहूला से एठिकी भी थरे आसिक हमर भाषण देइथिले से बहुत लागी पड़ी करी 78 रे गोटे 4th स्तंभ आरंभ कले दैट इज होची स्पिरिचुअल माने वर्तमान हेल्थ हैज गॉट 4 स्तंभ स्पिरिचुअल मेंटल फिजिकल एंड सोशल तो आम 3टा विषय जानीचे वर्तमान स्पिरिचुअल को आम चाहूचे इंटीग्रेट करने आम हेल्थ प्रोग्राम सहित माने से मेडिकल एजुकेशन 78 now we are in 24 still we are not able to integrate that one in our course in MBBS I congratulate and appreciate that Sama has started it and within few years it will not take a day or two we will definitely have health means spiritual in our medical curriculum that I am very very hopeful and we are obstetrician as obstetrician we are trying to integrate it from so many days we are integrating homo we are integrating and we are always advising them that think properly think about God and everything like that why this is not till now we are able to integrate in medical curriculum because we are a secular one so that is why but everybody believes in God and all of us know that we cannot create a life so when we know that we cannot create a life we will definitely believe in God and definitely I hope that it will be integrated in our system, medical curriculum. Thank you very much. And I will thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Nityanda Sai sir to felicitate our chairpersons. We will now have the second plenary session of today's program. I invite the chairpersons to the stage. Dr. Chittaranjan Sadangi, ex-professor experimental surgery, SCB Medical College, Cuttack. Dr. Debaprasad Mahanti, professor Department of Anesthesia, SCB Medical College, Cuttack. Dr. P.K. Thatoi, Department of Medicine Professor, Keonjhar Medical College. I invite the speaker of this session, Dr. K.R. Sethuraman, to kindly come to the stage. He will be talking about salutogenic approach to wellness, a little known principle in medical education.
Master Aurobindo. So next enlightening session of today is salutogenic approach to wellness, a little known principle in medical education. It will be by Professor Dr. K.R. Sethuraman, who needs no introduction to Sama. He is the former HOD, professor and head medicine department, Puducherry, Jipmar Puducherry. Sir, now you are invited for this session.
Namaste and good morning, everybody. Let me start this talk. My talk is on this topic, relatively less known word, salutogenesis. And I first of all thank Dr. Sharma for remembering to call me to talk about this topic, which is close to my heart for the past 12 years. I discovered it in 2012 when I was in Malaysia as dean, and then I didn't find much use for it. Then I was just interested. I looked up and there was just 4 lines in Park textbook of public health. Otherwise, in MBBS curriculum, this concept of wellness was totally missing. So, but when I came to Pondicherry, I had a chance to expand this into reality and bring it to mainstream medical education. That is my talk today. So, I thank the chairpersons for the kind introduction. And let me go on to where is my talk. See, this PowerPoint is missing. Is it after that? You have my slide set, otherwise I can give you the pen drive. Send this earlier. Yeah. Not opening. Okay. Yeah. Okay, sorry for that interruption. So, salutogenic approach to wellness, and As I said, this is, my agenda is very simple, an overview of this word and explain the relationship between that word and what is known as sense of coherence, or understanding oneself in a holistic manner. That is called sense of coherence, or SOC, and it has got 3 components. And I want to link those 3 components with the 5 sheaths raised by Swami Prajnananda's address yesterday on the video and the introductory overview. And he raised the philosophical principle. This one gives a practical solution how to bring it in practice, clinical practice. Then SOC consists of 2 factors, resistance resources, which I will talk about. Then finally, case scenarios from my own collection to highlight salutogenesis and SOC in clinical practice, though I did not know the words, what it meant when I actually saw these cases many years ago. And finally, summary and take-home messages. So it will take about 20 minutes, I think. And we all start with the definition of health, 1946 World Health Organization, and it just limited to physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely absence of disease. Then credit goes to Dr. Bisht, former principal and director of JIPMER and first Director General of Southeast Asian Regional Office in WHO in Delhi. When he was DG in Delhi, he had a meeting of spirituality in medicine, and some spiritual leaders from ashram also attended that talk. That small proceedings is available on the internet. You can download it and read. And there they proposed that spiritual well-being should be included. But then once you say spirit, it means different things. In Pondicherry, spirit means the other one which they drink every night, Saturday night. Spirituality is very rampant because even ladies' bar is there now. So spirituality is widely practiced in the other sense, negative sense. And some religious leaders came and said spiritual is something else. It doesn't mean, it's not unified. So a lot of controversies, and finally they agreed to name it as Factor X. Beyond physical, mental, social, and others, there is another factor in the human constitution, consciousness. Let us call it Factor X, without giving any religious significance. So that was accepted. But it was added only in 2004 or something in WHO definition. It is now in the global Geneva meeting proposed it and accepted it. Not only that, they have created a scale which I will show later. It's called WHO Quality of Life, Spirituality, Religiousness, Personal Belief Scale. WHO QOL SRPB. If you just go put it in the Google, you can download that 32-item scale, with which, regardless of religion or belief, you can do it anywhere in the world. You just use that 32-item scale. And yesterday I was supposed to show that as part of my the section 2, but I didn't have time. So if necessary, if there is some 2 minutes, I will show it now after this talk. With that, anyone can use that to get this holistic idea of this SRPB. So WHO has gone fully into this spirituality and also given quantification. Maximum you can give 32 marks. You can do it on all the students. Many colleges in UK, USA, even in Malaysia, they do this SRPB of students who are admitted. So you know how religious they are, how spiritual they are, and what are their personal beliefs. So that accordingly you can mentor them later in life. Okay, now back to this word. It is actually a mixture of Latin and Greek. Salus is the Greek goddess of well-being and safety. In Hindu philosophy also we have our own goddess of wellness and safety. So this Greek goddess is named Salus, and Genesis means, of course, source of. So this word is supposed to be opposite of pathogenesis, which the main focus in MBBS curriculum. We learn about diseases, bacteria, toxin, pollution, accident, injury, death, risks, and dirt, etc. And these are the things to be prevented or controlled. And if you get a disease, how to treat them. So that is the focus of the study. In contrast, salutogenesis goes from 0 to positive, not 0 to negative. So 0 to positive is how to be happy, how to be enthusiastic, how to have hope, how to show excitement and passion in whatever we do, how to get endorphins released and dopamine released in our brain, and how to laugh, how to feel joy, and how to have fun. Yeah, harmless fun. So these are components of salutogenesis, which is hardly taught in medicine, and as I said, just 4 lines in Park textbook of public health is all that we have in our curriculum. So pathogenesis, what causes diseases, it answers. Salutogenesis, what causes wellness and health. Pathogenesis is about avoiding problem. Salutogenesis is about reaching your potential. And patho is about disease and anomaly, whereas salutogenesis believes that human body is inherently flawed and we have to work hard to maintain it well and be happy. Reactive absence, it is a reactive process. When the disease comes, we fight in pathogenesis, whereas salutogenesis is proactive, and from 0 to plus it pushes you from stable state to joyful state. And it is against pain or loss, pathogenesis, whereas salutogenesis is for emotional gain and spiritual growth, and prepares one to live as a doctor or in any health profession, study of pathogenesis. And also, the doctors, when they treat the patients, we want them to live longer. So our job is to prepare our clients to live longer. Whereas salutogenesis is to make our clients how to live fully and joyfully. Okay? So who started this? This was a sociologist, medical sociologist, Aaron Antonovsky. He is the father of salutogenesis. He's an Israeli Jew. He was there before Israel was created. He's a Jew in Europe, in Germany and Austria, and he studied the concentration camp survivors of the German camp, in World War II atrocities. Not everybody died. Some people lived. So he interviewed them and found, used this, actually in 1969 he proposed the word salutogenesis, but published it 10 years later after making sure of other concepts, related components of resilience, wellness, even under extreme stress like a torture under German concentration camp. So he said less stressed people are much more resistant to torture and illness and any stress than people who get more stressed. And how did they survive the German concentration camp without getting affected, without killing themselves? They're based on sense of coherence. So that is what he found by talking to hundreds of survivors. Then what did they do? Finally he said sense of coherence is the basis of salutogenesis. And what is sense of coherence? Basically 3 things. It has got a spiritual, thought component, cognition. My world is understandable, cognitive domain or thought related. They understand the situation. Okay. Sometimes a cancer patient who comes to our hospital, he says, I consulted astrologer, he said in the previous birth I did something and therefore I am punished this time. So they accept it. So as far as their belief system goes, they totally understand that. So there are many ways of understanding. Some others may actually say, I went to the ENT person, he said I was using this tobacco powder as snuff and the snuff is known to cause nasopharyngeal carcinoma, that's why I've got. So they understand in a technical way. And sense of meaningfulness. The world, in spite of whatever difficulty they have, it has got meaning. I want to survive and I want to overcome this. And they find ways of managing the situation, even if it is a concentration camp or any major illnesses that people get. So this invariably he found. So when this was proposed, you will be surprised that most doctors and most scientists refuse to believe. Life cannot be that simple, that if you understand something and if you find a meaningful solution, you will feel well. But then he made the sense of coherence scale and said, you please try it anywhere in the world. In 70 countries, more than 100 studies have been done, including India. I can give you the reference if you want. They all of them found that this is valid. If we can make our patients understand the situation, give a meaningful solution, and make them find it manageable in terms of affordability, risk, and other things, then they will feel well in spite of whatever difficulties they have, be it cancer, be it some brain hemorrhage, stroke survivor, etc. So then he further analyzed, how do you give coping strategy that is meaningful? So it can be, he called it resistance. We have to resist. When cancer comes, how do we resist? It can be cutting it off by a surgeon. It can be killing it by radiation, chemotherapy, or other newer antibodies, monoclonal antibodies and all that. So resistance resources can be general or specific. So he said GRR is general resistance resource. If a poor patient comes, then government has to give some funds for government hospital to treat him with radiation or whatever is needed. So funds, caregiver support, health literacy. We talked about health literacy yesterday, mentorship, etc. is general resistance resource. Whereas specific resistance resource, like a person with bacterial pneumonia, antibiotic will be the specific resistance resource. If it's a type 1 diabetes, injection insulin will be the specific resistance resource. These are good examples. So we have to think of GRR and SRR in this situation. Whatever I spoke till now, I'll show in this diagram a summary. So our Antonovsky said stressor is of different types. It may be physical stressor, mental stressor, or a disease that is stressing the body. Then it causes tension within ourselves, incoherence, and the stress-related problems. And if a person doesn't have a sense of coherence or lacks general resistance or specific resistance factors to fight against it, they fall into pathogenesis, end up in breakdown, diseases, illnesses, etc. On the other hand, when the tension comes, if the tension can be broken by availability of resistance resources, then they go on the path of wellness. So from 0, instead of going to minus, they go to plus. And salutogenesis or wellness state. So this is the summary of what Antonovsky proposed. Okay, breakdown, and when they have GRR and SRR, they reach wellness. So that is what was proposed. So then when I read this in 2012, then I said, then have I missed many of the cases and all that? I have a diary, all reflective diary where I jot down cases. Then there are several. I'll just show 2 or 3 examples which will fit in. Those who are in general physician, one of the chairperson is a general physician, and in primary care practice especially, 25 to 40% of the cases that we see in general practice or in internal medicine all over the globe is what is called as medically unexplained symptoms. MUS syndrome it's called, medically unexplained syndrome. They'll have headache, you do all the tests, everything is negative. and they'll say, I'm worried, I can't sleep. You send to psychiatrist, he will say, oh no, he is not depressive, he got everything done. You do a sleep study, sleep is disturbed, but they don't know the cause. It's not obstructive sleep apnea. Then things like that. So all tests are normal. So they can't understand why it is happening to them. When the doctor says, our Western medicine, we can't give a label. All tests are normal. You are a MUS syndrome. Then what do? Without a medical label, they think that, do you think I'm a mad fellow? Or I am bluffing to get medical leave? So they start feeling uncomfortable. And so comprehension, meaningfulness and manageability can help these MUS cases. So when I get MUS cases, I used to send them to, there is one P.K. Banerjee in ashram. Was a yoga teacher. I never met him. But I was told that he was in the tennis court of Aurobindo ashram every morning near the beach. So I will give a referral note to him. This person has got some breathing issues. We have done all the tests of respiratory system, heart and everything, all normal. So it is in his spirit or in his body somewhere. So please see if yoga can help. He was very happy to receive my notes. He says, yeah, this Western medicine trained doctor, professor is sending me note and all that. So, many of them got benefited by this, whatever yoga treatment he gave. It works over a few weeks and they got rid of the symptoms. So I used to send. Sometimes I used to refer to your homeopathy. He's a very good friend. But I think his name is Prakash Rao. Some of you may be knowing him. He attends many conferences. He's a top homeopathy specialist. And they treat symptoms. There is nothing like, they don't really need all these lab tests and all that. So symptom-based system, it works well for them. So I'll either send to yoga, sometimes I send to Prakash Rao, depending on which symptom they complain of. And they both gave feedback, and the patients come back saying that they got better. So we have to be humble and have humility to know that there are limitations in these cases where lab tests are normal, and but patient is ill. And we can't be referring them to psychiatrists because they are not psychic cases. They are having some problem in the other aspects of human body, human experience. Sometimes it's easy, like this lady, I've just picked up a cartoon, but this was a real case. Many I saw. I have a way of approaching them. They don't understand. I feel breathless on walking, my heart is pounding, ankles are paining when I walk. What is wrong with me, doctor? No, they'll ask. They're so obese, and if you point out, they'll get angry. So I used to use an indirect approach. Say, just imagine that you are asked to carry 25 kilo bag. Half a bag of rice is 25 kilos. So 25 kilo bag of rice on your shoulder and walk. What want you get similar symptoms? Then they'll think and say, of course I will get. Then I'll say, you see, the nurse just measured your body weight and she says you are 25 kilos overweight. You are carrying it around. So don't you think this is the cause for your problem and all that? So then they understand it without getting irritated. Then what do you want to do about it? So either I cannot reduce my body and I'll stop complaining. That is one acceptance. Otherwise, they'll reduce weight so that these symptoms will disappear. So leave it to them. And if they want to reduce, then advise further how to reduce body weight. Okay? So this is an example of comprehension. One of the sense of coherence, understanding. And when they understand, then they ask for meaningful, then we give meaningful solution. How they can reduce body weight without going into drastic risky procedures and all that. Then manageability. This is a rag picker who is in the neighbor in Kadalur, about 20 kilometers away from Jipmar, 25 kilometers from Jipmar, severe asthmatic. And the picking the rag was the worst way because that dust will go and she used to get asthma attacks. So I said, and once she had a near-fatal episode, then we counseled her in the ward before discharge. Why don't you come, instead of staying so far away, closer to the hospital, and change your job from picking rags because you inhale a lot of dust. And then she thought about it. She thought it was, anyway she was a pavement dweller. So she came and lived outside in the pavement of Jipmer Gate and changed. They used to sell a lot of bottles for people to take cough syrup and all home. So she also became an empty bottle seller and she got money to sustain herself. So she lived like that for 15 years. So the asthma episodes became less. And she also just walked into the casualty anytime she wanted care for asthma. So therefore, even illiterate people who are rag pickers and all that, if you talk their language, understand the problem, show empathy, then they also respond by taking very smart choices. So this is the second case I picked up from my diary. Third one is this, how meaningful works when scaring them may not succeed. Nowadays cigarette packs have so many warnings, Nobody carries them like those days. If you had a Wills filter or a gold flake in the pocket, those days they'll walk like that, like show off. But nowadays there are pictures of cancer and oral cancer, lung cancer and all that. A lot of pathology is taught on cigarette packets nowadays. But in spite of that, people still smoke. And I had one old grandpa, retired school headmaster, retired headmaster. I will not stop smoking, doctor. I have been doing it for 50 years now. I don't mind dying earlier. I have lived long enough. And he was about 60 years old. If that is the price I have to pay, it's okay for me and all that. So how do you convince this kind of people? He has understood the risk and he is willing to accept it. He will continue smoking. So then every time when he comes, he will come with his grandson, pick up from his grandson, and on the afternoon clinic he will come back, attend and go. So then I asked him, okay, you love the grandson so much. Then yeah, and all. We talked about him for 5 minutes. Then in the end I asked him, okay, you can go home now, but just I'm wondering whether you want your grandson to remember you as a chain-smoking grandpa. And that really hurt him. And he didn't show it that time. He looked at me, glared at me, and then went off. 1 month later when he came, he said, what you told me really hurt me, touched me. I don't want my grandson to remember me as a smoking grandpa. Whenever he thinks of me, on the nicotine smoking, that smell will hit his memory. So I stopped smoking from the next day, totally gave up. So I noted in the diary because I've tried it with a few people who are attached to something, saying that, do you want that thing to do? So the other smokers have done other strategies, but I'm not talking about that. I want to talk about how to make meaning when you meet a case. When a case is sitting in front of you, you can give a meaning to the cancer patient says, oh no, cancer is there, I don't want to treat, I want to die. It may be a curable form of cancer which you think more than 90% chance of curing, some lymphoma or something. So it is, we have to motivate them. So you can involve life's purpose of their goals, future fulfillment. See, your granddaughter is now 10, another 10 years, 12 years, she might be ready for marriage. She will get to attend graduation ceremony. Don't you want to attend all that? This is a curable cancer. Why do you want to give up? No? That is one example of life's purpose. Or personal values, self-efficacy. You can make a difference if you try and all that. And self-worth. That's what worked in that grandpa, retired grand schoolmaster. Self-worth. You want your grandchild to remember you as a smoking grandpa? Then he said, no, my self-worth won't allow. I want him to remember me as a good grandpa. So he stopped smoking. So we can try permutation, combination of in any case. Sometimes give only this insulin resistance is very common we face in internal medicine. For viral illnesses, they will come and demand injection. That is a paradox. When we don't want to give injection, they will say, come and say, no, no, give me injection, especially in villages. But when you say diabetes, you need insulin, they will say, no, I cannot take insulin shot, give me tablet. So this guy had a same, he was telling, but he had a foot ulcer. Said foot ulcer heals well with insulin. You just take it for 15-20 days until it heals, then we will see. Not lifelong, 10 days, 15 days, then we will see. Then what happened is, it healed over 6 weeks, and he was feeling much better quality of life, energy level and other, sugar control and all that. Then he was taking it. I met the same person 10 years later. Then he told me that 10 years back, actually I forgot the story. He only reminded me, I had a small foot ulcer. You asked me to take for 2 to 4 weeks, and then I'm now 10 years completed, and he brought a cake, 10th anniversary cake, and we ate it in the outpatient. So these giving a meaningful advice is of different types. We have to have empathy, and we have to understand the patient's difficulties so that we can manage them. So what I want to say is, sense of coherence approach is one of the ways of helping diseased people to manage that be well. I'm sure there are similar examples in obstetrics, pediatric, and all specialty surgery. But I'm an internal man, so I only shared the genuine cases from my diary. Okay? So this is similar to physically challenged people becoming differently abled. We saw Paralympics, India got 29 medals, much higher than healthy people going, they got only 7. So physically disabled people can really be differently abled and become medal winners. So there are other stories like that where we can, with sense of coherence approach, we can move on. When Becker's myopathy had given up, the parent stopped school because pediatrician told him, this your boy has got muscle wasting, he will die in about 5-10 years. So then he said, why should he study? He stopped schooling, and from the age of 6 or 7 till about 12, he was just lying, sitting at home. Then after 12, it comes to adult medicine. So they came and saw me. It had not progressed that badly. It was actually not Duchenne myopathy, which pediatrician thought. It was only Becker myopathy, which was much milder. I said, this boy can live till 30 to 40 years. So why do you want to give up on life? So get back to life. So he joined back school, completed, and I met him in 2015. When I came from Malaysia, in the bank, suddenly one boy came running and said, sir, do you remember me and all? Then he said, I came and saw you, and because you said I will live, they put me on studies. He completed accountancy, commerce or something, joined bank. And he was in the bank as a clerk, came and thanked me and went. So I went and wrote in my diary this case. So like that, just you don't have to do any heroic surgery and all. Just spend 5 minutes understanding the problem and explain to the people and give them sense of coherence. It doesn't cost anything other than a little bit of empathy and time and to communicate properly. Okay, so I can't go on telling these cases again and again. You can, I have written a book in 1997 called Trick or Treat, and that is sold out, and it was translated in Tamil also. But I put it on the net. If you want a copy of the book, the 52 case is similar. I have taken 4, there are many more in that. If you want to use some of the cases to use in 8Com module or something, you can use them. QR code will give you access. It is there in Google Book and also in ResearchGate. Okay, so summing up, wellness is not merely absence of pathology, it's promoted by sense of coherence. As in a mathematical formula way, SOC or sense of coherence means patient understands, a patient finds a manageable solution, advised by the doctor acceptable, and he or she finds it very meaningful to use. So if these three, it can apply to student also. When a teacher tells something, a vulnerable student who is facing failure, I've used that also. I've written an article on that, using sense of coherence to mentor students. If you want, I'll share the article with you. Make them understand what they are facing, give them manageable solution, and make it meaningful to them, then they will do it. And so this salutogenesis concept can be applied in the family, in our own children, with your students, with patients. And it's not only clinical people, even basic science, anatomy, physiology teachers can use this principle. And according to Antonovsky and further studies in 70 nations, they find that if these three are concordant, understanding, managing options, and finding it meaningful, then people will feel well and face all difficulties in life and challenges without breaking down and remain joyful. So I believe that we can apply this concept in medical practice and medical education to promote spirituality as well. So my plea is, let us, the medical educators, introspect. In addition to pathogenesis and pathology of disease, did I also teach a little bit about promoting health and wellness to be a salutogenic doctor? Thank you very much. If you are interested, the first reference is a full book, online book. It was free, about 25 chapters or something. In fact, they invited me to write on student mentoring, but they wanted a 25-page article. I could write only 5 pages, so it is still, I didn't forward it to them. I published it in some other journal.
Thank you,
very
sir.
much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Seturamanji, for extraordinary presentation. And this actually, to me, it appears it is a very difficult topic. I have never come across such terminology during my student career. Even no books of allopathic science has mentioned such type of things. Many doctors do not know what is the meaning of this. But Dr. Seturaman has made it very simple for our understanding. ମୁଁ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କିଛି କହୁଛି। ଭଗବାନ ଶ୍ରୀକୃଷ୍ଣ କହିଥିଲେ ଗହନା କର୍ମଣା ଗତି। କର୍ମର ଗତି ବହୁତ ଗହନ। ଆମେ ଯେଉଁ କର୍ମ କରୁଛେ ସେ କର୍ମର ଫଳ ଏବଂ ତାର ପ୍ରଭାବ ଏବଂ ତାହାର ଉତ୍ତରଣ କେହି କହିପାରିବେ ନାହିଁ ଏଇଟା କ'ଣ ହେଉଛି ବୋଲି। ଆଜି ମୁଁ ଫ୍ରମ୍ ଡକ୍ଟର ସେତୁରାମାନଙ୍କର ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେସନ୍ ଜାଣିଲି ରୋଗର ଗତି ସେହିପରି ହିଁ ଅତି ବିଚିତ୍ର, ତାକୁ କହିପାରିବେ ନାହିଁ କେହି। ସବୁ ପ୍ରକାର ଇନଭେଷ୍ଟିଗେସନ୍ କରିକିରି ଯେତେବେଳେ ଗୋଟେ ଇନଫର୍ଟାଇଲ୍ କପଲ୍ସ, ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ ତ୍ରିପାଠୀ ଜାଣନ୍ତି, ସବୁ ନର୍ମାଲ୍ ଅଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ଛୁଆ ପିଲା ହେଉନି। ସେମିତି 5 to 10% ଇନଫର୍ଟିଲିଟି ଅନଡାଇଗ୍ନୋଷ୍ଟିକ୍ ରହନ୍ତି। ତେଣୁ କାହିଁକି ଏ ପ୍ରକାର ହେଉଛି ତାର କାରଣକୁ ଆମେ ଯଦି ପରୀକ୍ଷା କରିବା, ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟରେ ଦୁଇଟା ପିଲା ଗୋଟିଏ ପରିବେଶ ରହୁଛନ୍ତି, ଏକା ଖାଦ୍ୟ ଖାଉଛନ୍ତି, ଏକା ହଷ୍ଟେଲ ରହୁଛନ୍ତି, ଗୋଟିଏ ସଂସ୍କୃତିରେ ସେମାନେ ଚଳବିଚଳ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଜଣେ କାହିଁ ହେଲ୍ଦି ରହୁଛି ଆଉ ଜଣେ କାହିଁ ସେ ପ୍ରକାର ହେଲ୍ଦି ହେଇପାରୁନାହିଁ। ଏସବୁ ବିଚିତ୍ରତାକୁ ଯଦି ଆମେ ଧ୍ୟାନ କରୁ ତାହେଲେ ଆମେ ବିଶ୍ୱାସ କରିବା ଆମର ଆଉ କିଛି ଅଭାବ ରହିଯାଉଛି, ଆମେ ଜାଣିପାରୁନାହିଁ। ଏବଂ ସେହି ପ୍ରକାର ଅଭାବକୁ ଡକ୍ଟର ସେତୁରାମନ ସାଲୁଟୋଜେନେସିସ୍ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ଆମକୁ କିଛି ଆଭାସ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ଆମେ ଏହାଦ୍ୱାରା ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଉପକୃତ ହେଇଛେ। ତାଙ୍କୁ ପୁଣି ଆଉ ଥରେ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ପ୍ରଦାନ କରୁଛି।
Thank you, sir. This is definitely a new concept, salutogenesis. ଆମେ ତ ଜାଣିଥିଲୁ ସବୁ pathogenesis of disease, but he has explained nicely how to live life fully for our clients, means for our patients. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now request Seturaman sir to kindly felicitate our chairpersons. We'll move on to our next plenary session. I invite our chairpersons, Dr. Madan Mohan Sahu, Dr. Sujata Das, and Dr. Lincoln to the stage. I invite our speaker, Dr. Yogesh Mohan. The topic for this session is healing by consciousness, concept and capacity building. I request the chairperson to initiate the session.
Good morning to everybody. Ma Sri Aurobindo. Welcome to this session. Our speaker is our beloved Dr. Yogesh Mohan. Everybody must have known him. He is the pioneer of consciousness medicine. He is professor of Sabita University, Madras, Chennai. And we are almost everybody are eager to listen his mesmerizing talk about the consciousness, healing by consciousness concept. I welcome Dr. Yogesh Mohan to deliver his speech.
हाँ बोले और है ना आप सबको नमस्कार लास्ट रो भी नमस्ते बीच वाले आगे वालों को और करेंगे। यहाँ पे कितने मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स हैं? स्टूडेंट्स अब हमें पता लग चलता है कितने सचमुच में मानते हैं लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्नर हम कहते हैं ना, वी शुड बी स्टूडेंट्स, लेकिन किसी हाथ किसी ने खड़ा नहीं किया एक्सेप्ट वन। ये भी ट्रिक क्वेश्चन है डॉक्टर सेतुराम जैसे ना। So, हाँ। अब बोले हाँ, एक एमडी स्टूडेंट बोली वहाँ पे। हाँ चलो, डॉक्टर्स कितने हैं? डॉक्टर्स, ये कोई ट्रिक क्वेश्चन नहीं है। डॉक्टर्स बस ओके। आयुष डॉक्टर्स कौन सा सब्जेक्ट सर? होम्योपैथी। सर आप? आयुर्वेद। योगा प्रैक्टिशनर्स? योगा practitioners. Okay. Yes, why not? Sir, सभी है, all in one. Great. So, this is a very interesting topic. Normally, आपने देखा होगा, I don't prepare for any talk. I prepare so much for a talk. If I have to give in public health, if I have to give in my subject, I will prepare, make slides, बहुत कुछ तैयार करूँगा, then I will deliver. Because I am telling something which does not belong to me, so I have to give references, I have to talk about studies, data, yes, because it's not my creation. किसी और का है, I have to study, I have to deliver. But when it comes to my topic, I allow something else to flow, because if I prepare, it will be very flat. Because ये मेरा मानना है, and it is in my experience that all that I share with you, all that has happened in my life is not my creation. It has not come to me by studies, it has not come to be my effort. It has come as a grace of the divine, and I allow it to happen that way. It's better it stays that way, and you will always see that I don't try to structure my talks or structure my articles too much, because again the way it has come, I allow it to flow that way. If I use my mind too much, I myself don't feel like reading that article. If I myself not feeling like reading my article, that means something is lost. It's like we say the surgery is perfect but the patient is dead. So the article will be perfect but the spirit is lost. So something gets lost when we use the mind too much to structure, define, classify, categorize things, because we are artificially putting things in a buckets which they are not. So we should not artificially try to put things where they are not. Sometimes allowing a free flow is more true. And maybe that is one of the reasons I love integral yoga so much, because I find that lack of structure, but there is a structure within that. There is a system within that, but you have to discover that only with experience. Aurobindo or Mother has not given us step 1, step 2, step 3 process. They have not, because it's like a river. It's a consciousness that flows. But intuitively you understand, okay, this is how we can proceed. But if we structure it too much, we will lose something. We will definitely lose, because we are artificially putting the walls where there are none. So, coming to the concept of consciousness as medicine, I use the word consciousness as medicine essentially to describe the truth of the bodies and how it heals, that is all. The body is conscious, the skin, the cells, the tissues, because the tissues are working together, there is a coherence there, they know what to do with each other. So, there is a great deal of intelligence. So, there is not consciousness is not just an intelligence, it is something much more beyond that. In the single cell, from where we are born, the cell which knows how to divide, when to divide, and how to differentiate into different. The whole embryogenesis is actually a marvelous miracle of the divine. That is where we understand the whole beauty of the intelligence embedded in the cells. Who is telling this cell how to divide into ectoderm, mesoderm, endoderm? In the ectoderm, how to, which one is getting into the skin cells, which one into this connective tissues, which one into the particular organs, and how the connections are made. That means that intelligence is there embedded in the cells. Just to think about that, just to get into your mind, into understanding what would be happening inside the cells, is enough to take us into a journey of immense depth of what the body is made up of, what we are made up of. So, जो हम हैं, what we are is actually made up of trillions of such cells. And how we underestimate ourselves, मुझसे तो ये हो नहीं सकता, मैं ये कर नहीं सकती, I am not good enough. Who are you to judge yourself? You do not even know what your cells are made up of. No? We are nobody to judge, because what we are made up of is absolutely miracle of the divine. That is what we are made up of. When a single cell can do so much, imagine what the whole being is capable of doing. So, this feeling that everything is possible comes to me from this essential, it's not a philosophical idea, but it is essentially a state of consciousness when we go into a healing stage, which is essentially a meditative state, which is essentially going into the inner layers of the being. In that state of consciousness, you actually feel and believe everything is possible. But when I am talking to you and seeing all the doctors and my professors sitting in front of me, I feel scared to tell that, because it goes against so much of our day to day, what we call rational thinking. It goes against our so called scientific thinking. ये नहीं possible, ये नहीं हो सकता, because the way we are brought up, the way we live our lives, there are so much limitations. We say इसका ये limitation है, modern medicine has this limitation, Ayurveda, every system of medicine has its limitations, and this limitations is very much predominant when we deal with the patients. When they look at us, when we see a particular diagnosis, automatically that limitation comes to our mind. But when we are in a meditative state of consciousness, when we are in deeper states of consciousness, you are away from that rational mind, you are away from that rational thinking. So, that limitation does not grip us, that we become free from that, and it is from that freedom and it is from that state where everything is possible. When I say everything is possible, I say from that state of consciousness in which you go into a deeper level, you get into the cellular consciousness in which you are able to change the very functioning of the cells, in which you can change the very consciousness of the cells. When that is possible, then you can say everything is possible, not in this outer state. In the outer state, there are limitations, there are so many limitations, I can't fly, no. But in the consciousness, you can be anywhere, anywhere, anyhow. I can feel somebody in Europe or USA anytime if I am in a particular state of consciousness, because it does not respect the limits of the outer space. So, consciousness as medicine is essentially about, if I were to give the basic tenets of it, I always feel that the where we should start must be from looking at the human body and looking at it with, first to begin with, little bit respect. At least थोड़ा respect तो human body को, उसमें क्या है, क्या है, जो mechanisms which are there, the immense mystery of life which is there, at least respect that. Don't look at like an object, don't look at like a cadaver, not look like a machine. ये ठीक करना, ये पुर्जा गया तो ये करना. It's not that. It's just not. It is not just that. So the beginning has to be there, right from our anatomy days, our physiology, biochemistry days. Has to be that we should look at the human body with a greater respect, a greater admiration, and a greater sense of awe of what happens inside the cell, what happens inside a molecule, what happens inside every calcium channel, what happens inside, who is deciding that, from where that mystery is coming, from where that intelligence is coming. Get children, the students get a flavor of what is greatness we are made up of, and not just biochemistry. It becomes a huge burden just to mug up all the reactions and all the cycles. It's not that. It's about the mystery of life. It's about the complicated structures which are there within and how the body processes all that. So, if we teach things in a way which can connect them to something of the mystery, something of that beauty of what we are made up of, I think we would have done our job. So, that is where we must start, the body as a temple of the divine, the body as immanent divine, the body as evolved, involved, the consciousness which is involved in it. And then the next thing what we need to understand is that every organ has its own consciousness, it has its own intelligence. You can look at it that way. The liver knows exactly what it needs to do. It coordinates with all the other digestive organs. It coordinates with your central nervous system. It coordinates with the endocrine system. It coordinates with the immunological system. All the systems of the body are connected with each other. How it does that? Some of it we know, most of it we do not know. Getting the medical students to understand that what is written in the books is not the final story is very important. That means it is just what we know at the moment. There are many more things which we will discover in years to come. That is research. Research starts when knowledge ends. Research is not collection of articles here and there. It is when something ends, what is beyond that? You come to a certain state, okay, I know this much, iske aage kya? Beyond that, what is there? That is where research should start. Knowledge of what we know right now, the cutting edge of science. So, making children understand, the students understand that jo bhi hum padha rahe hain, it is limited in many terms. There are many more possibilities beyond it. It will keep their minds open. Otherwise, we become fixated, dogmatic. This alone is the truth and nothing else exists beyond that. In the same sense, we believe that all that we read in our books alone is the final truth. All which people write from other systems of medicine are totally false. That is the message most of us give to our students, which is entirely false. There can be knowledge in multiple ways, in multiple places. We should be able to integrate, assimilate, understand. Somebody is reading homeopathy for 4 years, kuch to hoga yaar wahan par. What are they reading? It cannot be all a placebo effect you are reading for 4 years. How is it possible somebody reads only placebo effect for 4 years? That is what we believe now, what homeopathy is all about, most of us. It cannot be true. And people take 20 years, 30 years to master something like Ayurveda. So, kuch to hoga usme. How is it possible nothing is there? So, denigrating other systems of knowledge and it's not the right way. So, we need to give the students a flavor of what the other systems can bring to the table. It is very important. Then only the mind opens up ki haan, kuch ho sakta hai. Maybe there is something there which it has to offer. In the very basic understanding of our human body. You can understand human body from multiple perspectives. No? You can understand it from a physiological perspective, from a biochemical perspective, you can understand from an immunological perspective, you can also understand from a yogic perspective. These are all just layers of learning. So, making our students understanding the limitations of what we think, what we do is important. Just like the ears have a limitation of the decibels you can hear, or the frequencies we can hear, or the eyes have a limitation of the frequencies we can see, mind also has a limitation. We can't understand everything. So, making us understand the limitations of the surface human instrument, it should be part of our education training. Then we understand something can be beyond it. Beyond 10,000 angstrom also there are frequencies of light. Below 4,000 is also frequencies of light. Not everything which is visible is true. No, what is true can also be not physical, not visible to you, that is fair enough. So, giving this flavor that what life is, what science is much more than what is there in the books, is the beginning of a intelligent mind, which can begin to explore, go beyond it. Otherwise, all our life we grow up thinking that this is all which is there to medicine. Actually, there is much more to it. Another aspect which we can teach very easily is the concept of silence, the concept of happiness, and the concept that these two things lie within you, not as a theory, but as a practical experience. It is not very difficult to do that, but the moment a child, a student in a teenage or early 20s begins to experience something, he is very restless, he is feeling restless, he is feeling anxious for his exams, or his girlfriend has ditched him, or there could be 10,000 reasons for a children at that age to feel anxious, restless, or troubled. There could be many reasons. If we can bring them through an experiential way and make them understand that all that you are experiencing is in a certain state of consciousness, you can withdraw and come to another state of consciousness in which all these things do not exist. The stress that worry, come back, there is no stress and worry in another state of consciousness. There is restlessness here there is no restlessness. Here there are waves like this, here there are no waves. Just to make them feel that, understand that, just even a glimpse of it, a small glimpse of it will shake them up in ways you can never understand. It will make them think, oh, there must be something to it. What did I experience? It cannot be just hallucination. It cannot be just imagination. No, it was real. So, something which is real, personal. Once something becomes personal, something becomes emotional, we take it much more. I always believe that I am a man of public health, community medicine. We are supposed to be the experts of charts and data and statistics, but I believe one single experience changes people much more than all the data of the world. I showed 10 lakh people cured by this, it will not impress them. But if I cure you, that's enough to change you. So, one personal experience is much more effective than tons of data and statistics and p values and all those things which we bore you in community medicine. That does not change minds, that does not change the hearts, but it is only an experience which changes. So, giving children, medical students some experience of what we say the peace, the joy of it will go a long way in moving them into a right direction, in right direction, the inner direction, the spiritual direction, without calling it so. Because the moment you use these terms, people there is a mental block. So, sometimes using the word spirituality, there is a mental block to it. So, we can live it, experience it, talk about it, but need not always use these words which create a mental block. So, use the words which will open the doors, do not use the words which will close the doors. No. So, because it is just a communication, it is just the words we use. So, use the language which will help us connect to them, use their lingo, use their whatever new gen language they use. In their language, if we come to their language, make them understand, make them feel, experience things in their language, then an opening comes, then a new possibility comes. So, that is something which we can try to do. Many of our students will have periods, the girl students will have periods, they will have dysmenorrhea and all. Just 5 minutes of meditation when somebody is having an acute pain, could be any pain, could be a headache, could be a stomach ache, could be a this. 5 minutes you do that and you make them experience how the pain dissolves. They may have an acute backache, give them a small meditative experience, the pain dissolves. How is it possible? We all thought that pain is physical, we all thought that pain is because of this. How can pain flow? An experience of pain flowing in a body will actually open their eyes and understand, oh, we are not physical, we are this also an energy. No? The whole concept will become living to them. It will become, everything will become real to them. The planes and parts of the being, you can explain them much better after an experience of that. But if you simply take a theory lecture on that, it will not go anywhere else. It will not go anywhere else. So, I believe that an experiential way is the only way to teach about inner stuff, inner things, because that only touches us. Mere theoretical talking about things will push them even away from us. We will look very preachy. We need not look preachy. We are normal people, we are happy people the way we live. But yes, there are different ways of learning, there are different ways of healing, and this is one of the ways. So, this would be a practical approach if you want to introduce something at a deeper level to them. Yes, they are on a mental level, on a rational level. I feel it's easier to talk about mind-body medicine, because there are so many studies done on it. It's very well studied, very well documented. There are a lot of people who are in the West especially done a great deal of job into that, in trying to figure out what is the mechanism in which the brain affects the immune system affects the body, all this psychoneuroimmunology, all the work done on epigenetics, and all the beautiful work which we can introduce to the students. It will open their eyes. Oh wow, meditation even changes the way our gene works. It's revelation. We thought meditation is just simply sitting and doing nothing. How can doing nothing changes the way our gene works? How is it possible? How can it control the oncogenes? How it is controlling the proto-oncogenes? How it is controlling the oxidative stress? How is it possible? Then the mind starts working. So, it is a very good way of introducing meditative practices by talking to them about the studies done on epigenetics and all this stuff, because these are real studies run with real people, done by really good reputed organizations like Harvard and other places. So, these studies come from there, because in India whatever comes from abroad we accept, whatever is packaged from there comes. Now, they are packaging spirituality very well, they have already packaged yoga very well, but the problem with all the packaging is the spirit is lost, only the commerce leaves. Yeah, they bring down everything to very base level. We want to elevate everything to the higher level, there they want to bring everything to the economic or the base level. So, that is the difference. But yes, we have to use different techniques, use different strategies, but this is one easy strategy I always found. If you want to change something at the mind level, because all of them believe they are too intelligent, give them the studies, ask them to think about it, what really it means. Even a placebo, the way we talk about placebo is as if it is useless stuff, but understanding why the placebo, nobody questions that. In a pharmacology, when we study placebo effect, 30% rate of all the medicine effect we say is a placebo effect. Lekin hota kya hai wo? What does it actually mean? What does it imply at a deeper level? That means your body
your mind is responding to your beliefs. How that happens? It's not a simple thing, it's not a joke. A placebo effect is a powerful evidence of a mind affecting the body, your trust, your belief affecting the body. So, going into the depths, even if we are talking about theoretical things, the why of things, if we start talking about, it will थोड़ा सा तो change आएगा, something will change. So, कुछ लोग सो रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब मेरा समय हो गया खत्म. That is a good indicator that the talk should end. So, to summarize what I wanted to share in this particular session is कि as I discussed yesterday, it is high time we bring some values, we bring some meaning, we bring some intent into our medicine practice and medical education. Both are same. You cannot do only medical education without changing a practice, because they are going to see in the hospital. They learn from the real life, from the real people. That's where the real learning happens. Real learning does not happen in a lecture theatre. Real learning happens only when they see how their professors are treating the patients. That's where they emulate. The learning happens. If that changes, there we bring in some sense of what Dr. Sethuraman was talking about, even at that level. Kahin se to shuru karo. At least start with salutogenesis. Somewhere you start. Start with empathy. Start talking to the patients well, giving them respect for who they are. That disposal of cases which you do in the government medical colleges, somewhere it has to stop. No, they are not just disposals. Somewhere we have to start. And bringing in integrative medicine is again a very, very simple approach to change some things at some level. I do not think that is the highest, but that is the beginning. It is a good beginning. Introducing yoga is a good approach. There is nothing wrong in it. Of course, yoga we should not limit it to only the asanas. It is not gymnastics. No, because gymnastics people do much better flexibility than yoga people can do. It is not that, but something much more deeper than that. Pranayam is not just breath work. It is something much more than that. So, but it is a good beginning. Definitely integrative medicine, introducing osteopathy, Ayurveda, homeopathy, anypathy, it just opens their mind to something different. So, integrative medicine is a good approach to start things at some level. And of course, using mind body medicine, the case studies there is also a good approach. So, what we need is good studies. What we need are good researchers who can work on it, like the people in the West who have done work on epigenetics, who have done the work on gene regulation and all that. If we start doing that sort of a work, I bet you what they did, our people, and with the sort of practices we have, it will be 10 times better. The effect on the body, on the molecular mechanisms which happen inside the cells. So, some work has to be done at that level also. Not only at a very gross level, the lab values, the clinical values, we have to start work at a subcellular level, the changes which happen inside the cells. That is also one good way of breaking the myths and understanding the pathways, how all this works. So, thank you very much for the for this opportunity and for एक बार अच्छा ताली हो जाए मेरे लिए नहीं, अपने लिए ताली बजाइए. Because tali is a very good, what do we call, it's a brain yoga. One of the best ways of stimulating your brain is to just clap, because there are so many things. It stimulates that. You will see the change in the atmosphere. ऊपर, आगे, because we are stretching the hand now. Okay. और अंत में ये. आवाज
बहुत नाइसली डॉक्टर योगेश हमको कॉन्शियसनेस मेडिसिन उपरे कहले एटा एक्चुअली हमर फ्यूचर ऑफ दिस प्रेजेंट मेडिकल सिस्टम रो बहुत ऊपर एटा वर्तमान हमको ट्राए करिया पड़िबो सेही लेवल को जिबा पई सेथिबाई हमको आम मानसिक स्तर रे और शारीरिक स्तर रे हमको कॉन्शियस हेबाक पड़िबो हमको डिवाइन कॉन्शियसनेस को हम भीतर को आनिया पड़िबो एमिति सिचुएशन हबो से हमर प्रतिटी सेल प्रतिटी ऑर्गन हमर बॉडी जेते बेले कॉन्शियस हे जिवो आम भीतर को रोग आसबनी एटा बहुत हाई फाई जिनस टिके टिके समस्त आम तांकठु शुणिकी जहाँ मो भितर पशिला सेतिपई तांको मु बहुत धन्यवाद दूची
मु आल्सो बहुत धन्यवाद करूची यस यस ऑफ कोर्स आप भी आइए
I invite our chairpersons for the next session, Dr. Debadatta Das, Dr. Nirmalya Pradhan, and Dr. Akshay Mishra. I invite our speaker for the next session, Dr. Soumitra Basu. I request our chairpersons to kindly introduce our speaker.
Thank you. So, I am Dr. Nirmalya Pradhan. So it's my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Dr. Soumitra Basu. He is very renowned psychiatrist working in Kolkata and Pondicherry, and he is closely associated with various forums of Sri Aurobindo. So he would be talking on the topic necessity of awareness of the psychic being in health and healing in the graduate curriculum. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
So thank you for giving me this opportunity to be present here, and special thanks to Dr. Shyama Kamango for inviting me. So I will speak today on the psychic being and the ego. You see, we have the ego in us, and we also have the psychic being in us. The psychic being is the soul. The soul is present in two poises in us. One is the Jivatma, which is behind us, and one is the psychic being which is inside us. So we are concerned with the psychic being which is inside us, and a person travels throughout his entire life with the ego. For one life the person travels with the ego, progresses with the ego, and through many lives he progresses to the psychic being. There is a difference. Ego is present only in one life, ek jibon, only in this life, where we progress. Because Sri Aurobindo said ego is the helper, ego was the helper, ego is the bar. So ego is needed for life. And psychic being comes through many lives. It develops through many lives. It develops through many lives. So two different journeys, one journey for one life and one journey for different lives. And we have to reconcile them. We have to stay with them together. And we have to reconcile them, and somewhere a point should come when the psychic being should replace the ego. But that is not so easy. That is not so easy. Many people say that, oh, I have given up the ego. I am egoless. Or we describe people that he is egoless. Do you think that is a correct term to say anybody is egoless? Very difficult to say. We have a mental ego. We have a vital ego. A mental ego which concentrates on our thoughts. A vital ego which concentrates on our desires, actions. And we have a physical ego which concentrates on our body. A physical ego concentrates on our body. Our bodily structure is kept by the physical ego. Now, if these three are not there, there is still what Sri Aurobindo calls the substratum ego. Sri Aurobindo says when these three are not there, there is still a substratum ego which is a reflection of an ego, which is not the actual ego but a reflection of the ego. And Sri Aurobindo says that many people, when they reach the substratum ego, they think that they have reached the Brahman. They are very satisfied. They think that they have reached the Purusha. So the substratum ego is like that. So one might get out of the mental ego, one might get out of the vital ego. Physical ego, what one can get out is very difficult to say. I will give you an example. And if these three egos are got out, then the substratum ego is there, which many people think that they have reached the divine, they have reached Brahman. So you see how difficult it is. And the physical ego, you see, mental ego, you can still with your thoughts, ideas, your idiosyncrasies, you can still with Raj Yoga, with other many yogic techniques, you can get over your thinking. Vital ego, with your desires, with all your desires and actions and all, with all your Buddhist methods, you can get over them. Still you can get over them. But the physical ego which controls the body, if mother was wanting to get over her physical ego, our mother was wanting to get over her physical ego, to drive away her physical ego. So what she did, she came to a point where she said that it was impossible. I could be there, I could not be there. Means she could not have lived, because the physical ego controls the whole bodily structure, bodily functions. If the physical ego is not there, the body might not persist. And mother, it happened to mother. She said, for us it is so difficult. For her, it was also very difficult. She said that a time came when it could be this, it could be that. That means I could have lived, I could not have lived. Then she had to call the presence of Shiva, Shiva's destructive energy. You know, Lord Shiva is destroyer of energies. Brahman creates, and Vishnu preserves, and Shiva breaks. What does Shiva break? What does Shiva break? Shiva breaks houses, buildings, causes earthquakes, all that. No, Shiva breaks the physical ego. Shiva's force was required to break the physical ego. And you see, for her to break the physical ego, Shiva's force was needed. For us it is so difficult. For us it is so difficult then. So we leave out that opportunity of being free from of breaking the ego and being free from it. Rather, we allow the psychic being to come in front. We allow the psychic being to come in front, and where the ego will be put into his own position. And then the question arises, what are we having the ego and the psychic being at the same time? Now, I tell this, we usually tell these people that people in Sri Aurobindo's scheme of things, people who are Sri Aurobindo Bhaktas, there are about 10,000 people in the world in the Sri Aurobindo diaspora. Are they different from others in capacity of illness? They have suffered the same illness, they suffer the same problems, they undergo the same treatment. But that is the one difference. The difference is that they recognize that the ego and the psychic being can be there together. Ego and the psychic being can be there together. There is a journey. Of course, at one point the psychic being will overtake, but for some time or quite some time, the ego and the psychic being will be there together. Now, I will give you an example. That example is given in my book also, of a real example of a American sadhak who was in the ashram, and he was first in Sri Lanka. In Ceylon, he was in Ceylon and he was initiated in Buddhism, and he learned Buddhist techniques and he learned Kundalini yoga, and he had an opening, and he was progressing very nicely when he came to Rameshwaram, to the Panditji who if you have read the agenda, you will find that there is a name of a, that is a Panditji referred as ex Panditji of Rameshwaram, who was a very famous tantric, a very famous occultist, and who was very close to the mother. And to this priest, to this what you call, to this person, our American sadhak came and he got initiated, and he had the name also given to him in the name of Anantanag. He had the name given to him. After that he came to ashram. When he came to ashram, his personality totally changed. He was progressing very rapidly, very nicely, very diligently, and his personality changed. He became very naughty, became very pranky, all sorts of vices, all sorts of illnesses. Whatever means, afterwards he was diagnosed with, they could not diagnose him. In USA he was once placed in a situation where there were 13 heads of department trying to understand his case, and he was standing half naked, and whatever he was told, he was saying yes. Do you have blood from your, do you vomit blood? Yes. Have you got fits? Yes. You have fits? Oh, I will show that I have fits. I have epilepsy, I will show. Oh, you don't have to show that. So he was diagnosed as having epilepsy, pseudo and true epilepsy. He was diagnosed as having schizophrenia. He was diagnosed as having bipolar disorder. He was diagnosed as having drug addiction to the point of extreme point, and different drugs, and then alcohol, and then he was diagnosed as borderline personality disorder, what not. He was a living and talking example of psychiatry. And but the mother loved him, and he, from his very beginning, he used to love Greek gods. So the mother gave him an island. The ashram has an island where there are temples to Greek gods which were built by him. The temples are still there. If you go, you have gone, Dr. Vaishnav, to the island which belongs to the ashram. In that island there are temples to Greek gods which were built by him. And actually he was the only person I know who knew about the connection between the Greek gods and the Indian gods, which nobody knows. Now, he was, in spite of all his pranks, mother loved him so much. Mother was asked, and several times she gave some answers. First thing she told, that he has one of the oldest psychic beings on earth. He is one of the persons who has been born, whose psychic beings have been born many, many times. Very few persons are like that. He has one of the oldest psychic beings on earth. And then other time mother said that, oh, he is representing the bad karma of America. I work on America through him. Other time mother said that if I had not kept him here, he would have been in the Himalayas as a great sadhak, as a great yogi. I have kept him here, so you can have him. Now, this person, and then you see he considered himself to be incarnation of Alexander the Great, and different times mother gave him a permission to go and meet different people. He went to Ramanashram, he used to go to Anandamayi, he used to go to Papa Ramdas, who told him that you will have realization but towards the end of your life. And he continuously paid pranks, but people remember him with a smile. When you talk to people who know him, they always remember him with a smile on their face, because mother said that he made me smile, he made me laugh. Nobody made me laugh in the way he did. Now, if he was in America, he was considered as to be a nobody. He was considered to be a drug addict, this thing, this, that thing. Nah? He was considered to be a nobody. And his life was useless. In America, they thought that the life was useless. In India, people regarded his pranks with a sense of humor, but they regarded his soul, his psychic being, his spirit very seriously. This is the difference. In India, the psychic being was received very seriously. It was respected like anything. And his outer behavior was considered to be prankish. People just remember it with a sense of smile. But in USA, he was considered to be a nobody. He was considered to be a waste of the civilization. You see, and towards the end of his life, towards 2014, 2015, he passed away. Before he passed away, he had got experience of transformation of the cells. He had got an experience of transformation of the cells, which shows that mother's vindication of him was true. But you see that this person, how do you assess? He has his ego. He has all his problems. He was given an island where he was said that mother told him that you come to the island, from the island you come to the ashram 3 or 4 times a year. He interpreted that 3 or 4 times a week. He used to do puja to the Greek temples. At first it was nothing, it was just simple puja. But afterwards he used boats with people banging. In Pondicherry that people use these different type of instruments, the lower class people use. He used those people to do that, and he used to drink alcohol to the extent that he used to pass out and the police used to bring him frequently. So that was his story, but he was a great soul inside. His psychic being, as mother said, that he has one of the oldest psychic beings on earth. He has been born so many times. Very few people have been born so many times. So you see the difference, that the ego is there, the psychic being is there. The ego progresses, but the psychic being has to progress faster. The psychic being has to take over the reins of the ego, and then the life changes. Life changes. But ego you can't just do away like that. If you prematurely try to drive away the ego, there might be problems. Premature driving away the ego might be problems. So it is better to remain silent, to bring the psychic being in front, which will place the ego in its own place. That is a much better way for us ordinary people. What mother has given, you see, mother's force is directly acts on the psychic being. Because mother's force directly acts on the psychic being, in our ashram we have no diksha. In our ashram we have no initiation, like in all other ashrams in the world, there is initiation, there is dikha. In our ashram there is no dikha, because the mother's force directly acts on the psychic being. So we have this privilege. When we have this privilege, then we should be enjoying that privilege, and we should remember that privilege that has been given to us, that the psychic being, mother's grace acts on the psychic being. And it will come, if it comes forward, the inner being and outer being will fuse and the ego will go to its own place. Now, you see, even in demented persons, in dementia, Alzheimer's dementia, you see, you must be hearing of people who have lost their memories, which is a very common thing now, because people are living for longer periods, and you see more people with loss of memory. But loss of memory doesn't mean loss of life. When I go to a neurology conference, the doctor will always say, that person has become vegetative. I always protest. I say, why do you say that person is vegetative? When a lady comes to my clinic, a 70-year-old lady comes to my clinic demented, totally forgotten everything, and she gives me a huge smile, thinking that I am a friend of hers. She thinks that I am a friend of hers from our olden days. She gives a big smile. I said that smile is very important. Now, in dementia, this I have learnt. This I have learnt in life. In dementia, what do you, when you are handling the patient as caregiver, as your family member, as a caregiver, whom are you serving? I tell people every time, I tell them that you are serving the soul inside, you are serving the psychic being inside, and the psychic being does not have any memory loss. You see, psychic being records the memories, but psychic being does not record all the memories. Psychic being records only the deepest, most intensest memories of life, memories that cause a change, sometimes a change of direction, memories that give a different kind of impression. The most deepest memory, the intensest memory. If I ask a 50-year-old man that in 50 years, how many deepest memories do you have? A person fumbles, he will not be able to say 5. First time he has seen death, first time he has seen the Himalayan peaks or the sea, like that he will say. So it is very difficult. In 50 years of life, how many deepest memory you have? So all those deepest memories are kept by the psychic being. They are not affected by Alzheimer's disease. They go from birth to birth. They are stored elsewhere, and afterwards they will come back. You see, I will give you an example. My father was a geneticist, and he suffered from Alzheimer's disease, and he lost his memory. But one day when he lost his memory, he told something which he never told any time when he was okay. He never told anything of that sort. He suddenly told one day, you know, Sri Aurobindo had somatic mutation. Now in what context he told that, he didn't remember. What context he remembered that, he didn't remember that. But he told very firmly, Sri Aurobindo had somatic mutation. Now I found that that was the correct way, correct scientific way of describing Sri Aurobindo's body during when Sri Aurobindo passed away from 5th to 9th December. You know, his body was fresh, there was no decomposition, light was coming out from his body, and Sri Aurobindo's somatic mutation was a nice way to describe Sri Aurobindo's body at that time. So you see, a psychic memory can be, even in a demented subject, a psychic memory can come out as can be what you call, a psychic memory can be stimulated by intuition or some other thing, or intuition can stimulate a psychic memory even in a demented person. What I am saying is that the psychic being is such an important thing, is a very important thing in our lives, which we are not aware of, but which exercises control over our body, which exercises control over our system. So we should all be aware of psychic being. We will do an exercise at the end for our psychic being, and before that I shall tell you that we should not unnecessarily be worried about the ego. We should be worried about our giving our attention to a psychic being. So the psychic being can come forward, outer being and the inner being, which Yogesh was stating, will fuse with the outer being, and the ego can be replaced. Replacing the ego by the psychic being, bringing the psychic being in front is more important than harping on the ego, because harping on the ego will take many births for us to conquer. If you want to conquer the ego, it will take many births, and each birth there is a different ego. Each birth has a different ego, so this ego will not be similar to the next birth. The next birth ego, it will not be similar. The outer personality is different in each life. The psychic being is constant in each life. The outer personality is different in each life. The psychic being is constant. The psychic being is one thing which is constant, and the psychic being, when somebody dies, what happens? The psychic being goes to his psychic place, then it takes rest, and after some time, when his rest period is over, then you see the memories the memories that are stored by the psychic being exist as memory templates in their psychic world. They exist as memory templates in their psychic world. And when a person is being born again, these memory templates may get attached to that person or to many persons. Suppose Beethoven has died. Beethoven's music that is their sphere, that is kept in one sphere, one psychic sphere. From there that music will come and will influence not only one person but many persons in many ages. You see, it is not that in Sri Aurobindo's system, X is not born as Y, Ram is not born next life as Sham. It is not simple like that. The system is very complicated. Rebirth is a very complicated process. Rebirth is not individualistic, it is a cosmic phenomenon. Rebirth is not individualistic. Sri Aurobindo said that in India the theory of rebirth suffered because it relied on individualism. But rebirth is a cosmic phenomenon. The psychic memories, you see the memories of the psychic being, they are there. Of course, some psychic memories can come in a composite way and to be attached to somebody. Some psychic memories can come in a composite way to be attached to somebody. But in many cases, the psychic memories are spread out and they can be attached to many persons at many times, at many ages. So it is not one person who, you see, the common mistake of Ram being born as Sham, that is a mistake. And the psychic being records only very specific memories. Then what of people who describe big things? People describe, you see, read in the newspaper sometimes, people describe very big things. Of course they can happen, but they are all vital memories. They stay for some time. For example, I saw a 3-year-old child who was totally autistic, totally mentally retarded, totally autistic. He couldn't speak, he couldn't talk, he could just cry. And the parents brought him and they brought alphabets, cutouts of alphabets, and they spread in front of him. And he picked up M-U-R-D-E-R. M-U-R-D-E-R he picked up. And the next he picked up E-U-R-O-P-E, Europe, which says that he was murdered in last life in Europe. But what is that? That is not the psychic memory. That is the either it is a vital instinct, a vital being has got hold of that child who cannot speak, who doesn't have any intelligence. How he can bring out the words murder? How he can bring out the words Europe? That is a vital phenomenon. That vital phenomenon and psychic phenomenon are different. I am talking about the psychic being. Vital phenomena occur and they occur for some time. The psychic being is something which is constant, which is consistent. So we have to focus on the psychic being, and we will do our time is very limited. So we will do an exercise. Now the psychic being, where is the psychic being? The psychic being is in the 4th dimension. The psychic being is in the 4th dimension. What is the 4th dimension? You know, what is the 4th dimension? Psychologically, what is the 4th dimension? Now, the 3rd dimension psychologically is our space which contains our viscera, which contains our heart, lung, liver, kidney. That is the 3rd dimension. The space inside us which contains our organs, that is the 3rd dimension. Psychologically, that is the 3rd dimension. 4th dimension is beyond that. 4th dimension is beyond that. So when we concentrate deep inside us and we concentrate on the psychic being, we have to go to the 4th dimension, which is difficult, which is not so easy. So we will do a short exercise for 5 minutes to show how difficult it is and to show how to go to the 4th dimension. So you can close your eyes. You close your eyes. And go inside yourself, behind your heart, go inside yourself. Please close the door. Please close the door. Go inside yourself, behind your heart. So, behind your heart when you go, and go deep inside yourself, go deep inside yourself, behind your heart, go deep inside yourself. When you have gone deep inside, when you have gone deep inside, you have actually gone to the end of the third dimension, the end of the space where your heart, liver, kidney, they all remain. You have got to the end of the third dimension. So, when you close your eyes, go inside yourself, go inside yourself, go inside behind your heart, go to the space behind your heart, go to the farthest end, to the farthest end of the space. Go to the farthest end of the space, and in that space, you will find you are in the third dimension where your heart, liver, kidney are there. Now, beyond that space you have to go. You have to go beyond that space to a different space, and that space is separated from this space by a strip of cosmic consciousness. By a strip of cosmic consciousness, this separates this space from that space. A strip of cosmic consciousness separates this space from that space. As an astronaut who in the sky, an astronaut in the sky goes from one spacecraft to another spacecraft by swimming. An astronaut goes from one spacecraft to another spacecraft by swimming. So, you have to swim to that shore beyond that, to the shore beyond, to a space, to a different kind of space. Or you can think of a river front where there are many boats, and each boat you have to cross many boats to go to the last boat, and each boat is floating on water. And you go to the last space, which is the psychic space, where you feel the psychic presence, where you feel the psychic being, usually in the way you feel the divine. So, I start from the beginning, that when we go inside, deep inside us, when we go deep inside us, beyond our heart, behind our heart, when we go behind our heart, we go to a space which is the third dimension, which contains our organs, heart, liver, kidney, etc. And we reach the end of that space. And beyond it is the fourth dimension, separated from this space by a strip of cosmic consciousness, separated from this space by a strip of cosmic consciousness, which we have to cross, to go to the fourth dimension. So, as an astronaut swims from one spacecraft to another spacecraft through space, like that you have to shift through space to another space behind. Or like a number of boats, one after another in a river front, when you cross the boats to go to the last boat, all the boats are separated by water. So, like that you go to this island, to this space behind, which houses the psychic being, and there you feel the presence, try to feel the presence there, try to picture Mother and Sri Aurobindo there, try to picture the divine there in the way you feel, try to picture the divine there in the way you feel. So, that is the psychic being, that is the psychic space. So, again from the beginning, when I say go inside, when we are told to go inside, we usually go inside, and we usually end up in the third dimension, in the space which contains our organs. We usually end up in the third dimension, in the space which contains our organs. So, we go there to that space, to the end of that space, and beyond that space is the psychic being space, the space for the psychic being separated by a cosmic consciousness. A strip of cosmic consciousness separates it, and there we go as an astronaut who goes from one spaceship to another, swimming through the cosmos, like that we go, or through a number of boats, crossing each boat to the last boat in a river front, and then we go to the space behind, which is the being, which is the space for the psychic being, which is the space for the psychic being. There we feel the psychic presence, or you feel that space. After some days it will come, the psychic presence will come. If you have gone to that space and you do not feel anything, don't be disturbed. After some time, after some days of practice, it will come. Or you can picture the mother and Sri Aurobindo there, or you can picture the mother there or Sri Aurobindo there alone, or you can picture any other image of the divine that you love. The psychic being comes from above. The psychic being comes from above, and it is therefore very pure and very intrinsic. It is intrinsically pure because it comes from above. The psychic being comes from above. It is not in our system. Our system has come from the inconscious. Our system has come from the inconscious, and therefore it is intrinsically impure. Our system is intrinsically impure because it has come from the inconscious. But the psychic being has come from above, and it is pure, it is white, it is luminous, and our system, it is beyond our system. We should not confuse it with our system. So inside our system we have the heart chakra. Inside our system we have the heart chakra, and psychic being is behind the heart chakra. Psychic being is behind the heart chakra. Now the heart chakra is very important. Heart chakra is very important. The heart chakra, it what you call, it takes the, it delinks the vital, the ego, the physical, the mental, it delinks them from impurity. It delinks them from impurity, from impure love. It delinks them. It cuts them off. It cuts the ego off. It cuts the vital off, the physical off, the mental off from the impurities and connects it with the cosmic love. So that is a very great thing. The heart chakra in front does a very great thing. It connects with the cosmic love. It frees the instruments from impurities and connects them with the cosmic love. That is how all the great avatars in the world, from Buddha to Jesus, they have all worked. But the psychic being is behind everything. It has come from above. All our impurities and the system in front have come from below. Our whole outer being has come from below. Our whole outer being has come from below. So it has carried the impurities from the inconscience. So it is intrinsically impure, and that is why what is called in Christianity, it is said that the man is an original sinner. Now that is partially right, not fully right, because human being has been produced by a decree from the divine, but partially right because the human being has been born from the inconscience. And so the heart chakra is there, but behind is the psychic being, and if you concentrate on the psychic being, then it does the work of the heart chakra, but it does it more forcefully, it does it more beautifully. The psychic being can do the work of the heart chakra, but it does it more beautifully, it does it more positively. So remember, we have two centers there, the heart chakra and the psychic being behind. So concentrate now on the psychic being on the fourth dimension. Concentrate on the psychic being on the fourth dimension. Concentrate on the psychic being on the fourth dimension. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Soumitra Vasu, for your vivid deliberation about the psychic being, about different planes and parts of the being. But the topic was how to develop it in medical education. I am since long I am in the medical college for 34 years, but the formula is that nothing can be taught, only the character, the personality of the teacher. And there is more importance about collective consciousness. Our consciousness, our feeling, our behavior, our role model will impress the student. But there is less chance of one-to-one participation of the students or dialogue between students and teachers about these spiritual matters. Only academic is going on. There should be some retreats, some workshops on regular basis to impress upon the students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We request Soumitra sir to kindly felicitate our chairpersons. We will be shortly commencing with our valedictory session. I request the audience to kindly be seated in the hall. I request the audience to kindly proceed for lunch. Valedictory session is now postponed to after lunch. Kindly reassemble in the hall after finishing.
Madam, please come on. You will felicitate our master of ceremony. You. Madam. ताकि कोई ऐसे नहीं.
Validation आला सोइला. All function का राउंड इवनिंग प्रोग्राम अच्छी तरह.
Hello. Hello. हेलो आमे देढ़ दिन कार्यक्रम ये शेष करुचु आ सेकेंड हाफ टा अच्छी मातृभवन रे समस्त अनुरोध 3टा बेले मातृभवन रे मीटिंग टा अच्छी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मीटिंग प्लस आमर जो एक्सपर्ट्स माने आसिचंती से माने बसिकी रिकमेंडेशन टा ड्रॉ आउट करिवे दवापाई एनएमसी को वर्तमान मु रिक्वेस्ट करची आमर जे मास्टर ऑफ सेरेमनीज अभिप्सा और मधुस्मिता से माने बहुत सुंदर भाव कार्यक्रम टा को ये करचंती परिचालना करचंती एवं तांकु से माने किछि किछि कहंतु हम समस्त को आग मधुस्मिता तापर अभिप्सा कहि सरला परे मैडम उत्पला उत्कली उत्पला उत्पला खरोड प्रोफेसर निखिल खरोड को मिसेस से पूराटा एठी रहिचंती से भी किछि तंकर अनुभूति कहि सरला परे से फेलिसिटेट करिवे हमर दुई जण मास्टर ऑफ सेरेमनीज को
respected dignitaries on the stage and off the stage एवं समस्त मातृ संतान बंधु एक्चुअली ये सामा कॉन्फ्रेंस जेबेठू आर मैडम जेबेठू डिसाइड कले कि एटा होलिस्टिक मेडिकल एजुकेशन ऊपर हम सेबेठू मु देखी मैडम ही पूरा टोटल केमती स्ट्रक्चर करा जीवो साइंटिफिक प्रोग्राम सबू जिनस मैडम ही करछने आमे माने बहुत कम ही ताको हेल्प करछु मैडम आमन को से श्रेय दौरान कि एक्चुअली इट्स वन मैन शो आई मस्ट से इट्स madam who has done it, and of course it's mother and Sri Aurobindo's blessings, guidance, presence and grace which has helped in the successful completion of 35th annual conference of SAMA. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to thank ma'am for this opportunity. Thank you.
So now I request Dr. Kharod Madam to felicitate Dr. Madhusmita.
Let us all give a big clap. Nothing can be one man show. Without the help of everybody, nothing would be possible. No, it's never a one man show.
I request Madam Kharod Madam to felicitate Dr. Abhipsa.
Dr. Yogesh, come. Sir, please come. आओ समस्ते चिड़ा हुआ तो हमें स्टेट सॉन्ग टा बजो. स्टेट सॉन्ग.
Gote minute before the song, I would like to make very simple note which comes to my mind. All of us know somehow we have cancelled the valedictory ceremony, but valediction end is that there is not a better way of having valediction other than recognizing the two girls who had been on the stage from the very outset till the end.
They deserve it.
They deserve it, that is our valediction, and the valedictory words, it does not end, we'll meet again, au revoir.
फिर मिलेंगे. Au revoir means we'll meet again.
Vande, Vande, Vande.
वन्दे उत्कल जननी वन्दे
उत्कल जननी
वन्दे उत्कल जननी
वन्दे उत्कल जननी
वन्दे उत्कल जननी
चारुहासमयी चारुभासमयी जननी जननी जननी
वन्दे उत्कल जननी
वन्दे उत्कल जननी पूतपयोधि विधौत शरीरा
तालतमाल सुशोभित तीरा
शुभ्रतटिनिकुल शिखर समीरा
जननी जननी जननी
वन्दे उत्कल जननी
वन्दे उत्कल जननी घन घन वन भूमि राजित अङ्गे
नीलभूधर माला साजे तरंगे कण कण मुखरित चारु विहंगे
जननी 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 वन्दे उत्कल जननी
वन्दे उत्कल जननी
आज ये अधिवेशन सरिला कॉन्फ्रेंस जारी रही मातृभवन ठारे 3टा बेले देखा हो।